Hello. Hi. Good evening. We're unable to call the meeting to order just yet. We can't start until we have the aisleways open. We do have the overflow room next door, so people can head that way. We do have a fire marshal here who's going to make sure that we are safe. What's her name? Is it okay if there's single file against the wall? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much. This is such a big and powerful impact standing here watching everyone. This means a lot for our community particularly.
We can start just as soon as we end up with the alcoves empty, nobody in the back, and a single file in front. So we need to be single file on the sides, and the alcoves in the back need to be empty before we can start. Can I get a thumbs up from the officers in the back? Are we good? Are you okay? All right, I saw a thumbs up. All right, let's rock and roll. We're starting this meeting at 6:09 on May 6, 2026. This is a meeting of the trustees of Pajaro Valley Unified School District. First, I'd like to start by welcoming. Good evening. I would like to call this meeting of the board to order. I want to begin by acknowledging that this meeting will be live streamed and recorded. Whether you are here in person or watching online, we are glad that you are here with us. Bienvenidos, tenemos interpretación en español. Si necesita de este servicio, por favor pase con Leticia Centenario. Ella es ahí. The purpose of this meeting of the Board of Education convened to conduct official business on behalf of our district and the students we serve. While we deeply value community participation, this is a working session of the board. Our focus tonight is on the items before us and on the outcomes that matter most for our students. Our commitment to you, one of our core values is ensuring that the voice of our community and of each board member are heard, respected, and given meaningful space in this room. Everything we do tonight is grounded in that commitment. Our protocols are not barriers. They are the structure that ensures every voice has a fair and appropriate opportunity to be heard. How the meeting works: each agenda item will be called. Staff or board member will present on the item. Public comments will be heard. We will call names in groups of 10. When you hear your name, please make your way to the podium. Time limits will apply based on number of speakers. Board members will each have up to 3 minutes to respond or ask questions. Board members have been asked to submit questions in advance so that answers can be prepared and shared as part of presentations. Speaking on agenda items, members of the public are welcome to address the board on any item on tonight's agenda. Each speaker will have 1 to 2 minutes, depending upon how many speakers there are on an item. To speak on an agenda item, you must submit a speaker card before that item is called. Once discussion on an item has begun, cards will no longer be accepted for that item. The board will limit total public comment on each item to 30 minutes. But with board consent, we can increase that if a majority of the board wants to do that. I may also ask for a show of hands to gauge how many speakers are for or against a particular issue, and may ask that additional speakers step forward only if they have something new to add. Speaking on non-agenda items, if you would like to speak about a district-related matter that is not on tonight's agenda, please do so using item number 6, visitor agenda items. Once your card is completed, you can hand it to Ms. Renteria at the far end. You don't have to write your name on the card, but you need to write something on it so that when it's called, you know that we're calling you. A note to students, if there are students who would like to speak, we do prioritize you, so you could use the peach colored card. We have the peach colored cards, right? Okay. And then we'll call you forward first. Please stay on topic and complete your comments with the time allowed. You may state your name at the beginning of the statement for the record. In the interest of running an efficient and fair meeting, I may exercise the following as board president. Ask speakers who share the same point of view to designate a spokesperson. Request a show of hands to gauge support or opposition on an issue. Ask that additional speakers come forward only if they have something new to add. With board consent, we may reduce the speaker time. With board, okay, rules of order. At our last regular meeting, we adopted effective rules of order to replace what most people use, which is Robert's rules. We're still working through using that new process, and I anticipate that by the July meeting, we'll bring that back to the board for discussion and review of that process and see if after we've used it for a little while, modifications are desired. In order for the board to conduct its business, we ask that all attendees refrain from shouting out or holding side conversations during the meeting. We genuinely want to hear from you, and we cannot hear the person at the podium when others are speaking. The board's focus is on student outcomes, and we know that that's important to each one of you. If there are disruptions, there are a series of things I'm supposed to do. One is ask that we keep it down. We can recess the meeting. We can ask that the gentleman in the back help people who are continually interrupting find another place to listen to the meeting. All right. So I did the part about clearing the room. I think that's it. All right. That brings us to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I ask Trustee Salinas Holtz to lead us. .3, Governing Board Comments, Reports on Standing Committee Meetings. This is the opportunity for each board member to make a few comments. Don't have in my notes, but it should be open for public comment, right? Trustee Flores, do we have any speaker cards to board comments? Okay, thank you. I'd like to call first on Trustee Flores.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. I want to start by taking a moment to express something that often doesn't get said enough. Thank you. Thank you to our teachers, and thank you to our CSCA team members. Thank you for your commitment, your passion, and your unwavering belief in the power of education. I also want to talk about some recent site visits that I was able to do, and APTOS, WCSA, Landmark, and CCMS were the few that we can get to this since the last meeting. We're going to continue with that. The Mello JPA meeting was rescheduled. It was supposed to be this week, but it will be next week, I believe. And then I was able to attend the Civic Seal of Engagement a ceremony at the Watsonville Public Library. That was really exciting. I got to sit with 6 of the presenters and hear about their project that they did to earn their Seal of Civic Engagement, and I was amazed. I was so encouraged by these students. I thank Julie Edwards and the committee for inviting me to participate in that. I wish I could have heard from all of the students there. But yeah, good job. Thank you.
Trustee Navarro.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging Classified School Employee and Teacher Appreciation Week, a meaningful reminder of the dedication and hard work our staff brings to school every day. I was able to attend the Aptos Sports Foundation Hall of Fame dinner on Saturday night, where we got to celebrate our boys and girls teams and their state championship, and they were celebrated with lots of other student athletes. And I learned that actually Aptos High School has the largest sports program apparently in the entire county, including at UC Santa Cruz and at Cabrillo College, which was something I didn't know. So congratulations. I hope we can get that at all of our schools. I want to address what I know is on a lot of people's minds tonight. There is understandable fear and apprehension surrounding ongoing negotiations, and I want to speak to that directly. I believe I speak for the entire board, and you can correct me, when I say we want our teachers to have higher wages, competitive salaries, better working conditions, and strong benefits, while maintaining fiscal responsibility necessary to address our district's long-term structural challenges. Let me be unequivocal. This board will not allow our teachers to take a pay cut. Let me know if I can have a couple extra seconds for interrupting my speaking. Thank you. I'll wait till you're done. Once again, let me be unequivocal. This board will not allow our teachers to take a pay cut. Of the 6 benefit plans available, 4 offer nearly identical coverage at a significantly lower cost. The savings from choosing one of those plans go directly back to teachers, resulting in a net raise for the vast majority of our staff. I recognize we are at impasse, and I do not take lightly the emotion that comes with that, but I remain hopeful with the assistance of a neutral third-party negotiator that we can reach a resolution where neither side gets everything they want, but everyone walks away feeling heard, respected, and fairly treated. On a more positive note, on April 22nd, we had a special meeting that was truly a special evening. We began with an in-person celebration honoring our district students of the year, the first of its kind in recent memory. Each honoree was introduced by their principal representing every school across the district, followed by a presentation of our senior banners, which will soon be displayed throughout our community. Watching the pride on students' faces, the enthusiasm of their principals, and the beaming smiles of families was a powerful reminder of why we do this work. We also held a board workshop following that, focused on drafting our goals and guardrails. We were fortunate to have 2 teachers join us, including our own Chris Webb, whose thoughtful input throughout the evening was genuinely appreciated. It was encouraging to see alignment between his feedback and the direction the board is working towards. Next, I'd like to clarify a question that arose during public comment prior to closed session. The superintendent's evaluation is conducted annually and is the sole responsibility of the Board of Trustees. It is based on targets and goals established the prior year, and similarly, the goals and guardrails we are currently developing will serve as metrics for next year's evaluation. If the community wishes to incorporate broader feedback, I am open to that conversation, but it would need to be conducted district-wide, structured like the Youth Truth Survey, with responses separated by stakeholder groups and analyzed by a neutral third party. What was discussed this evening is not that process, but I would fully support pursuing it in a rigorous and proper fashion. I'm going to take a couple of seconds because I got interrupted. Finally, May is a month full of important observations. We celebrate Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islander Heritage Month, honoring the rich history and contributions of these diverse communities. We also recognize Haitian Heritage Month, Jewish American Heritage Month, and Cinco de Mayo cultural celebration, all reminders of the cultures and traditions that enrich our schools and broader community. Happy Mother's Day, and to students and teachers, congratulations, the end is in sight.
Okay, let's come back. Trustee Salinas Holtz.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. I apologize for not having any updates from the Inter-High Council meeting today. Yesterday was the day we normally meet before board meetings. We were unable to because a lot of us were busy with AP exams. But I still have some updates for events in our district coming up. So this Saturday is going to be the annual Queer Youth Leadership Awards, which will be hosted at Pajaro Valley High School. And it is an amazing event. It happens throughout Santa Cruz County every year, recognizing queer youth in our county. And I'm excited and honored to be a nominee for the Allied Queer Youth Award again this year. So that will be exciting. And then I believe in 2 weeks, the day of the next board meeting, May 20th, will be the annual PVUSD Rainbow Flag raising event, Pride Flag raising event, and Harvey Milk Day celebration at the district office. So that will also be an amazing event. I am fortunate. I think I will be able to speak at the event, and I am excited to see lots of people there. And another exciting update is this is, well, a little unfortunate for me maybe, but this is my second to last board meeting, and that means that we are finding a new student trustee for next year. And I believe the application to any sophomores or juniors who are current sophomores or juniors listening right now, I believe the application has been sent out to all of your emails, and I encourage any sophomores or juniors who would like to take my role next year to apply. And I believe the application is due the 11th, so a little soon, but that excited to be part of the process of choosing one for next year and see what we have so many amazing students in our district, and which student will be able to represent us. And I think that's about it. Oh, I wanted to add to what Trustee Navarro said about the student achievement meeting two or 3 weeks ago. I think that was really incredible to see all my peers and all the amazing students, high school seniors in our district being celebrated, and at the elementary middle school level for being student of the year. So I'm glad that event is happening and excited to hear about it in the next couple of years. And lastly, good luck to all the other seniors, sophomores, juniors taking AP testing. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Dodge Jr.?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend a special meeting with a committee working to add Coach Roland Hedgepeth's name to Watsonville High School Stadium. As a lifelong Watsonville resident, Watsonville High School class of 2000, father of a recent Wildcat graduate, and trustee for this area, it was meaningful to be a part of the conversation. Coach Roland Hedgepeth's legacy goes far beyond soccer. As a PVUSD employee for nearly 50 years and a soccer coach for over 40, he has helped shape generations of students through leadership, discipline, and pride in representing Watsonville High School. I truly hope we can get Coach Roland Hedgepeth's name on that field. Thank you.
Trustee Carrasco?
So first, I just want to say happy Teacher and Staff Appreciation Week. Thank you to all of the teachers, administrators, supporting staff, and everyone who works with our students every day. Thank you for your care, your patience, your dedication that you give our students and families, especially during challenging times. I also wanted to share that I was absent from the last meeting due to a work event out of town. So I've been out of the loop. I will get to my emails. Recently, I attended the Watsonville Film Festival documentaries showing about Luis Valdez, and had the opportunity to see our Pajaro Valley High School drama students perform in their suit costumes. It was really special to see the students engaging with art, culture, history, and performance in such a meaningful way within their community. I also attended the exhibition at the Watsonville Center of the Arts featuring artwork by Mariposa students and teachers through the Santa Cruz Arts Council. And they had beautiful 2D and 3D artwork that gave a glimpse into their experiences and perspectives of students and teachers in our district, and to remind me how important the arts are for student expression and confidence. I also participated in El Día del Niño at Alianza Charter School, and I helped guide kindergarten students through activities and prizes. And I just want to say thank you to Alianza, to everybody who helped, because this was just not a school event. It was also a community event. And I want to see more of that. I want to encourage more of our schools to be able to do that. It was very family friendly. I want to share that the Pajaro Valley Arts Gallery currently has applications open for their summer public art and mural program for high school students. And I encourage interested students to apply. It's a great program. And lastly, I want to announce that the Born and Raised in Watsonville Scholarship through Carrasco Concepts is going to launch on Friday. So if you have any seniors who are going to graduate, they would be able to qualify. It's for $500, and I'm going to do it a little differently this year, where we give one out or two every month, and I'll hopefully be able to give more information through Parent Square or flyers. So thank you.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I'm going to keep mine brief. 4 words, everybody. No cap. Thank you.
Trustee Flynn is absent today, and that is an unexcused absence. I'll start my piece. I would like to commend Mr. Alejandro Mosquedo, whose actions exemplify the highest standard of courage, selflessness, and commitment to student safety. Recently, Mr. Mosqueda intervened in a critical and dangerous situation involving a student. Without hesitation and with complete disregard for his own personal safety, he stepped in front of a knife attack, ultimately preventing serious harm and potentially saving a student's life. His actions were not only heroic, they were decisive, courageous, and reflective of an unwavering dedication to the well-being of our students. Beyond this extraordinary act, Mr. Mosqueda has consistently demonstrated excellence in his role as a custodian. He is widely respected across our campus for his reliability, positive attitude, and willingness to assist wherever needed. Whether supporting staff, helping students, or ensuring our facilities are maintained with pride, he approaches every responsibility with professionalism and care. Watsonville High School is deeply grateful for Mr. Mosqueda. His bravery and character have made a lasting impact on our community, and we are proud to have him as part of our team. I had other things to say, but I can't follow that up. All right, that moves us on to 3.4, superintendent comments.
Thank you. We have amazing staff, for sure. This past few weeks, I've been out at school sites and have seen all the great things that we do in PVUSD. I saw High School Musical and our students at Aptos High performing. And I saw the peace pole being erected at Watsonville High School. I saw CCMS teachers delivering amazing instruction. And on Saturday, last Saturday, I had the honor of spending the day with our VAPA teachers. I was able to go out to the transportation yard and see people who have one of the hardest jobs in our district, who have the joy of navigating traffic with hundreds of students behind them every single day. That's a hard job. And this is Teachers Appreciation Week and then Classified Week as well. And tomorrow and Friday, Cabinet will be running around to deliver little goodies, which are not nearly enough. And I know that for our staff. I see all of you out here and I see your signs and I understand that. I came up through the teaching ranks and I was a union member as well. And I appreciate activism. And I absolutely know, listen, and hear and understand where you're coming from. So don't think that we aren't listening and aren't trying to do our best. So I do want you to know and understand that. And I know it doesn't always feel like that, but we are listening and we are really talking about what we see out here. So please know and understand that. Please also know and understand that you are appreciated, and all the things that I just shared, the places that we've been, and I've been to many, many more. Those are just a few that were at the top of my head, like CCMS. I was just out there today. There are so many amazing things that we know you do each and every day to help to our students to be successful. And I know that that's not hard. I was in the class, that it is hard. I was in the classroom myself. I know what that looks like every day. You go home really tired because you put every single ounce of yourself into those musical productions, into teaching a great math lesson, into helping students navigate lives, into making phone calls to parents. I know what you do. And for those of you on the classified end of things, I know that you're doing the same things too. Driving a bus at the end of the day, you're tired and there's stressful situations. Getting food delivered to 14,000 students. It's a big job. So we see you, we know that nothing will ever be enough to recognize the very hard work you do in PVUSD and for our community.
And that leads us to 3.5, student celebrations. Alejandro, where are you?
I want to apologize to everyone. I think what we're trying to do, we were trying to get a group of students here to celebrate them. We are organizing to have them at the next meeting. And I wanted to ask oh, we do have them? Oh, I didn't realize. I didn't see them. Okay, perfect. We do have the students here. I thought they weren't able to make it. Awesome. So before we present the students, I wanted to see if we could ask the board to see if we might be able to do maybe a short performance at the next board meeting, just so that we can kind of highlight some of the theater that's happening, some of the arts that's happening here in our school district. But for tonight, we just wanted to be able to showcase a couple of our students and our Watsonville High drama team that we have here with our teachers and also our students, which are doing great performances here in our community.
Hello, everyone. My name is Cabria Reyes. I'm the drama teacher at Watsonville High, and we have here two students with us. Would you like to introduce yourselves? Yeah, come introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name is Karen Ortiz, and I'm a senior at Watsonville High.
And what did you do in Romeo and Juliet?
I played Julieta in Romeo and Julieta.
Yes.
Yeah, I also helped write it.
Yes, and she was also one of the student adapters. And this is.
Hello, everybody. My name is Noemi Gracida, and I'm a senior at Watsonville High School. And I also wrote the drama in Spanish version. Yeah.
Yeah. Mic down. Okay. And we have some more people here. Great.
Hi, I'm Kiana Garcia. I'm a sophomore at Watsonville High, and I played Paris in Romeo and Juliet.
Hi, I'm Iriana Martinez. I am a sophomore at Watsonville High, and I play Juliet's dad in the Spanish and English version.
So we just want to say thank you to everybody that supported. And we also want to recognize that High School Musical occurred at Aptos, and we want to recognize Zoot Suit as well at PV High. And we want to recognize Into the Woods, which was some students in here might have done that as well, directed by Eddie Flores and myself. And we also want to recognize Watsonville Charter School for the Arts. And I know Bobby is here, and they just closed Mean Girls. And yeah. And thank you so much to everybody who supports the arts in our district. And thank you to my wonderful students.
So what we will want to do is we'll be bringing forth student celebrations at every board meeting. And so we'll be bringing in different groups from our different schools. So we're hoping that, they'll be short and sweet, but at the same time, celebrating all the great work that's happening out in our schools and by the staff, our amazing teachers and our amazing students. And so it's across sports, it's across theater, it's across the arts. And as you walked into here, this space that we have, if you look on the walls, on the outside of the walls, you'll see the artwork of many of our PVUSD students. And so we will be celebrating that as well in the next week or so. So thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to 4.1, approval of agenda. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
We do. We have two, Brandon Denise and Barbie Marsha Salt.
All right, I'd like to speak to the approval of the agenda for two purposes. One is to request that the board amend the agenda to remove the 30-minute cap on public comment. I know you don't want to stay up past your bedtimes, but you are the ones who chose to meet every 3 weeks instead of 2. You are the ones who consistently approve jam-packed agendas. Well, maybe not, seeing as the board president and superintendent have sought to render the agenda setting committee as nothing more than an agenda approving committee. But look at all the people who have shown up because they care. Do not disrespect them and disenfranchise them by capping public comment. Even if you just give people 60 seconds, everyone here deserves to speak. Before this current authoritarian administration took over, we previously allowed everyone to speak. It would be a step in the right direction if you can just make that happen today and take the 30-minute cap off. I would also like for you to just please spare us the gaslighting of having this Teacher Appreciation Week on the agenda. The truth is you don't appreciate us. If you did, you would not have approved sweeping layoffs 2 years in a row. You wouldn't have approved a 3-year contract for an assistant superintendent who doesn't know what he's doing. You wouldn't be skipping progressive discipline and punishing employees without even bothering to do an investigation. You wouldn't be cutting our $250 in palace supplies, and you certainly wouldn't be proposing to cut our pay in the form of a benefits cap. We do not want to strike, but we will. You have the power to course correct, so please just stop with the gaslighting and the little treats and take this off the agenda, because the truth is we don't feel appreciated.
Good evening, Board Superintendent. Appreciate you bringing this up earlier, Turley. At your April 15th meeting, you passed new rules of order for these meetings. I actually tried to review those, but just so you know, that link is broken on Diligent One platform for some reason, so you might want to look at that. And I believe you had a special meeting where you went over those rules, but that meeting was not streamed. I would love to know why. More on that meeting coming later in public comment. I do remember, though, because I spoke to it, that in those rules was included that board members not amend the agenda during this time because they have the agenda 7 to 14 days ahead of time to review and ask for changes. Already in your first meeting, it looks at least like you are not adhering to your rules and that this agenda was posted as usual on Friday with only the weekend and a couple of days to ask for amendments, which is what you were suggesting. I know historically the board sees the agenda at the same time the rest of us do. If that changed and you guys saw it, please let me know. And yeah, it's all good. Otherwise, consider that perhaps some of those rules should not apply tonight. We had concerns about them in the first place, especially in regard to the agenda. And I expect and hope that the next agenda will be posted 7 to 14 days as your new rules say that it should be. And Brandon stole my thunder a little bit, but I'll go a step further than him and say not only get rid of the 30-minute cap, give all these people their 2 minutes. It takes a lot of guts to get up here and to speak. It is not easy. There's a lot of people here because they want to be heard. Let them be heard tonight. Thank you.
Order, please. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I make a
First-
motion to approve the agenda.
I second.
Okay, I heard a motion to approve the agenda as drafted from trustee Navarro, a second from trustee
Point of clarification.
clarification. You can get your clarification after we're done with this because we already started the conversation. And a second by trustee Flores. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
That looked to me like 1, 2, 3, 4 ayes. All those opposed? 1 opposed?
We didn't even debate.
Okay.
I wasn't here last meeting, so I just had a question.
Okay.
We cannot ask to amend the time for them to speak.
Let's do the agenda first, and then we can go to that
Okay.
on like 6.1,
Okay.
and then any others as they come up.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
So according to your own rules that you set and passed, it says that we cannot approve the agenda. So are we going against those rules already?
We still need to approve the agenda. The recommendation is not modifying the agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so I saw 4 in favor, 1 against. I'm sorry, trustee Carrasco? Okay, so that's 5, 0, 1 abstention, 1 absence. Action report on closed session. Trustee Flores?
Yes, I do not have any action to report out of closed session, except that we did not discuss item 2.6.
Okay, 6.1, public comment. If you wanted to make a motion at this time, that would be, I saw your hand, trustee Medina.
I'd like to make a motion to keep it at 2 minutes as stated on the agenda and to remove the time limit of 30 minutes so we could listen to everybody.
How many speakers do we have to this?
35.
Huh?
35.
Okay. Okay.
Is there a second to trustee Medina's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. I see 2. We'll recess if we need to do that. Okay. All those, if we had 2 in favor, all those opposed, signify by saying aye. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. The default would be that we're at 30 minutes. Yes?
I'd like to make a motion to reduce the time to 1 minute to allow all speakers.
Is there a second? Okay, motion was made by trustee Flores, seconded by trustee Navarro to allow the 35 speakers 1 minute apiece. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favor. All those opposed? 1 against, and 1 absent. Motion carries. Okay, start calling cards. That'll be a limit of 1 minute. We'll start with the first 10.
Okay, I have Forrest Pilch, Lucy Lazette, and she's on the same card with Nora Marco, Diego, Richard Pusinelli, Mads Rilomoto, Ann Twitchell, Omar Dieguez, and Maya Murphy.
Order, please. If people in the audience are in favor of this, what the speaker is presenting, and you want to stand up in support, that would be nice. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm a 4th grader at Bradley Elementary School. Since I'm part of this district, I have heard about what is happening to the teachers in this district. I know that you don't have enough money to pay all the teachers, so here are some ways to make some money. Fundraisers. Fundraisers build community and funds. 2, grant writing. With grant writing, you can get more amounts of money from bigger corporations. At my school, if the special education teachers got cut, that would be very bad because students' education depends on extra support sometimes. I really think you should consider my ways of making more money. I love all of these teachers, so please don't lay them off. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, I am at Valencia Elementary School, and I have also heard about these changes that have been going on. A lot of our people at our school that we really, really miss, and we don't want them to leave because they are very important to us. And if they do leave, then there are a lot of things that might happen that would not be good for our school, because if it does end up being this way, then there are a lot of things that wouldn't be there anymore, such as the mental health and the librarian and also the vice principal. And these are all very important things, in my opinion, to have at our school.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nora Marco. I go to Valencia and I'm in 5th grade. And I just want to say that we need our ACs and our counselor.
Hi, I'm Diego. I'm a 6th grader at Rio Del Mar Elementary. And we need to have a pride flag up all year because it's just not enough to have it up only in October. Like, queer students don't exist only in October. It's not, if we're so supportive, we actually have to prove it by actually supporting them.
I did call one more student. Richard, is Richard here?
I'm not a student.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a student, but I have a student that goes to school. And I just wanted to speak because we have such amazing teachers. We have amazing children out there, but without those amazing teachers, they can't do what they need to do for our children. My child goes through a class that is losing support that's dearly needed. And we have an IEP that was set up to give him support and told a 3-to-1, and you're putting it to a 9-to-1. And that doesn't work. So all it does is cause more problems for you all and for us and for our child and for other children too that dearly need it. So we need these teachers, we need their help, and we need to support them in all that they need. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight to ask you to take the cap off the table. We deserve fair compensation, and our unwavering commitment to these students who you just saw speak so beautifully, and this is why we're here doing this job, because we love it. And we've been willing to work more for less for far too long. And our commitment to our students and their education is unwavering and drives us daily to show up and do our best. As educators, we dedicate ourselves entirely to this mission. Therefore, we expect fair compensation, which must include comprehensive medical coverage for our families and for ourselves. We are open to negotiating on cost reductions, but a cap is unequivocally unacceptable.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch her name. Carol, I didn't catch her name. Was it Miss Twitchell? Okay, thank you, Miss Twitchell.
All right, I'm going to go fast. My name's Maya Murphy. I work at Pajaro Valley High School. Next year will be my 20th year at my school. I did my student teaching at PV. My very next year, I moved into my classroom, H109. I never left. I've remained at my school through many, many administrators, staff changes. I'm starting to have my past students' children. I've always been a Grizzly, hope to always be a Grizzly. I stay here because of my students and my coworkers. We're a special breed at PV, and it keeps me coming back day in and day out. I do not stay here for the pay. As I said, I've taught in this district for 20 years, and yet at the end of the month, I am watching my bank account anxiously waiting to get paid so I can pay my bills and put food on my table of my child. I've gone through 19 years of schooling, received 2 bachelor's degrees, a teaching credential, a master's in education, and still my bank account is at zero at the end of the month. I do after-school jobs, sell my prep, go to numerous paying workshops just to survive. In any other workplace, someone that has been employed for 20 years should not be able to barely survive. How is this the acceptable norm here in our district? I'm already stretched so thin financially that your proposal to cap benefits and rescind medical plan incentive programs will break me. As a 20-year service in district, shame on you for
That's your
putting me
time.
as well as all of our hardworking
Did you turn in a card? The woman who's approaching, did you turn in a card? Tennis.
Did we call you? What was your name? I just have Mads and Omar left of the. I don't think we got to you yet, Laura. Your card is probably here. I just haven't got to you yet. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure your mic's on.
Can you start? Thank you. I came here to speak on several issues, but since my time was cut and you guys are not willing to sacrifice to stay longer to hear everybody here, I'm going to pick one subject that I came to talk about, and that's the report card for our superintendent. Out of 397 people that participated in this report card for the superintendent, 194 teachers, 122 parents, 33 classified staff, 17 students, 10 community members without student enrollment, 4 district staff, 4 community nonprofits, 3 site administrators, 6 labor partner union members. There was a question asked on 1 not being effective all the way up to 5 being highly effective. On the first question, overall effectiveness, 282 said non-effective, 14 said highly effective. Academic excellence, 200 said non-effective, 17 said highly effective. Wow.
Thank you.
Mads Romuto, parent.
Our teachers and classified staff are at the center of our students' success. Thank you for everything you do. And I hope you know how deeply this community values you. You are the foundation of the district. Board members, I believe that each of you care deeply about our students and our community, but we've got to be honest. Good intentions alone are not enough. Too often, families and staff are being asked to trust major decisions without clearly seeing the facts, trade-offs, or reasoning behind them. And when decisions affecting classrooms and student support move forward without that clarity, trust breaks down. As a parent in this district, including raising a child with disabilities, I've seen firsthand what works and how hard families sometimes have to fight to get their children what they need. This should concern us all. I believe this district can do better. And for that reason, I'm announcing tonight that I'm running for PVUSD School Board Trustee Area 7.
You're cutting into Mad's time. Order, please. Let's let Mad have his time.
I'm running to help bring greater accountability, clearer communication, and stronger public trust to this district, because every student deserves a school system fully focused on their success.
Okay, we're calling the next 10. We want to make sure they can hear.
Thank you. I have Jeff Fritas, Mindy Dunmont, Christina Carter, Diane Dutton-Jones, Bobby Marchesalt, Rylan Shannon, Elaine Shea, Amparo Yorar, and Caitlin Johnson.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Freitas. As you said, I'm a high school math teacher.
Mic's off. I think, I can't hear you.
Okay. How about now? Thank you. I'll start over. Jeff Freitas, president of CFT, high school math teacher by trade, secretary treasurer of the California Federation of Labor Unions, AFT vice president. I'm not saying that because I'm telling you how important I am, because these are the important people right here in this room. The educators, the workers in this school district that are providing the education in this state. What I want to tell you is about the movement that's happening in this country that is going in the opposite direction of what you were trying to put on this table. We have fought and struck in San Francisco. We're striking throughout the state so we can get health care, so we can reduce class sizes, so we can have smaller caseloads in special ed. That is happening right now. Your proposal is just the opposite. I ask you to be leaders as you have been elected to be, but you're not being leaders, because what you have said is you should be able to lower your healthcare plans, just like you want us to lower our curriculum in K-12. That's what you're asking us to do. For high school students, we should be teaching 5th grade curriculum. That's the same thing as telling us to lower our healthcare plans. We have been injured, we have been harmed, we have been attacked in our own schools. We should have the healthcare to be able to move forward. Thank you.
I am deeply insulted by the way you are treating us. I'm insulted that after 9 negotiation sessions, most of the time you showed up unprepared, you still have no meaningful movement towards supporting the people that work directly with students every single day. I'm insulted that the district publicly presents a COLA as though it is some generous increase in our compensation when you know it is not. I am insulted that you are proposing caps to our benefits, a significant pay cut to us. I am insulted by the continuing emails and public messaging claiming transparency, collaboration, and partnership, when in reality, it is completely the opposite of that. Transparency is demonstrated through honesty, respect, and actions, and I do not see that from you. Every cut you have been making directly impacts students, classrooms, and the people who dedicate their lives to this district. I feel so disrespected by you. We are the people that make this district function every single day, and we are profoundly insulted by the direction.
I'm going to pause you just for a second. There's something that's making like a rattling noise. I don't know what that is, but I need you not to do that, and we'll ask you to leave if you persist. Okay, go ahead.
We can't hear you.
Okay, okay. Tonight, my name is Diane Dutton-Jones, and tonight I want to bring your attention to some current concerns you should know about regarding the proposed lithium battery storage site on 90 Minto Road. Historically, during lithium battery fires or even just one container burned, there have been a 2-mile radius evacuation zones established. The county evacuation site at the fairgrounds is within that 2-mile evacuation zone. MSD Elementary is just over half a mile away. 12 schools are within a 2-mile radius of that BES. There are over 4,500 students that will be impacted. The Moss Landing battery fire taught us locally that we need to plan ahead for these fires that are left to burn themselves out for many hours or even days. For our children's safety, we need timely evacuations and a system of air monitoring that is immediately and accurately responsive. I hope the district will be, schools have the legal and moral obligation to provide a safe environment for every student. Does PVUSD have an emergency or evacuation plan specifically for an event like this?
Thank you.
Christina Carter, Minty White kinder teacher. I'm retiring this year. I'm taking the CERP, but with that CERP money in 6-year monthly payments, and with 30% taken out in taxes, that will not cover the benefit if we have a benefits cap. That will not cover the $1,000 it will cost my family to keep our benefits. So dissipates. That incentive is gone. Set point number 2, kinder aides. They need to be kept at 3.75 hours a day. That 3.75 hours is needed because we are now full day kinders. My kinders have thrived this year because I have an amazing aide, 3.75 hours a day, paid by site budget, not by HR. I don't know why. And I have a volunteer grandma who's there almost every day. We work with small groups. Our kids are thriving. My kids with 75 minutes would not thrive and learn and be
Thank you.
Socially
Thank you. That's your time.
appropriate.
Trustee Traylor. First, I'd like to know why the special meeting where you approved $20,000 for Doug Fisher was not streamed. I hear that it was brought back and approved because it was said it came out of a grant. Did anybody ask? I don't know because I couldn't watch what grant that was because, for example, there are stipends that come out of a grant, but you probably didn't think that was Title I, which is how they are paying for stipends. Would be nice to know where that is actually coming from. This room is packed because people are angry and concerned, and we are tired of platitudes and excuses that are best case incompetence and worst case lies. The communications this week about what a positive thing impasses is was mind-blowing to me. This is not normal. This is not okay. Let me address your numbers, Trustee Navarro. I am actually on that lowest plan. I am not high on the salary schedule here, but I'm also not at the bottom. I did the math, not only with the current proposal, not factoring in the rebate I won't get, not factoring in other people on my plan, which I do have. Both those things are true. In 3 years, I will be making nearly $3,000 less than I do today. That is a pay cut any way you slice it. I have plenty more. I'll be back.
Trustee Turley. Trustee Turley. Point of order. Are we allowed to modify the time for people to speak from 1 to 1:15 at least? Because I mean, we're cutting them off at 1 and then you're pounding that gavel over there really loud.
The board took action.
What was that?
The board took action.
Wait. Okay, point of order. Point of clarification. Who is the head of the negotiations for the district?
That's not on the agenda,
No, it's
and
a
we
point of
have people ready to
clarification.
speak. Trustee Medina, we're moving on. Thank you.
Eileen Shea, Adaptive Physical Education Specialist and Union Rep.
I just wanted to talk a little bit about how I'm an itinerant teacher, and I forgot to say that I am a proud PVFT member. I travel across sites to serve students. My reimbursement last month for my mileage was $76. Administrators receive $500 monthly stipend, even if they don't travel at all. Those doing the driving are paid the least. I'm asking for a fair system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just yesterday, I heard someone say that you must always have a little more dignity than fear. And I agree with it. This is why I'm here today, to tell you that the teachers of PVUSD are not without fear, but we do have more dignity than fear. To live with dignity, secure access to both housing and healthcare is essential. And I say both, not either or. And you are not only failing to help us achieve that, you are actively trying to take those fundamental rights away from us. Not because there is no money, but because you decide where that money goes and to whom. And it is going towards admin positions we don't need, consultants and trainings we don't need, feeding the endless greed of Silicon Valley, or in salary increases of paid extra hours of those who do not have to worry about making it to the end of the month. The old story of the boss who says he cannot pay workers because the numbers just don't work. Come on, please. For all those reasons, we will go on strike. And because no one chooses to become a teacher with a spirit of struggle to social change, I want to leave my student Leslie, who wants to become a teacher herself, working conditions that are worthy, where she can live with dignity, doing one of the most dignified professions that exists. ¿Sabes qué? El maestro luchando también está enseñando.
Okay, my name is Caitlin Johnston. I'm a semi-retired teacher with almost 30 years of service for this district. I can't believe I'm back, but here I am. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of all or many of my retired comrades. When I first started teaching for this district, our beginning salaries were much lower than those offered by our neighboring districts, and they still are. I just did a search of salary schedules for districts near us and learned that at 23 years of service, I could have earned between $3,000 to $30,000 more per year than I did at PVUSD. The carrot that was offered to me and all of us throughout my career was that while our salaries may be low compared to most area school districts, the benefits package was excellent. This was the promise. This was the hook and the compensation for accepting a lower salary and staying with PVUSD. Now, after more than 25 years of service, that promise is being threatened. What a betrayal. This is how the administration treats its dedicated retired educators, with a considerable increase in the cost of our benefits. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rylan Shannon. I'm an English teacher at PV High. I'm heavily involved across campus culture, ranging from athletics, the arts, and the student body, as well as leading multiple curriculum development committees within the district. I was pink slipped, but it was rescinded, which I know is not the case for the majority of the 81 affected by the budget cuts. I want to be fully transparent. I was offered other positions, but I stayed for the community and family that I found here in PVUSD. My budget is tight. I have to sell my prep and stay for after school for athletics for a stipend just to make ends meet. Putting a cap on benefits will drive teachers out, only impacting the thing you say you care about, the students. I chose to stay in this poorly run district for the love of my students. Don't make me regret that decision.
Thank you. I will call the next speakers. That is Chris Webb, Emily Halbig, Heriberto Estrada, Mark, and I'm sorry, I'm probably going to say this wrong, Lahomadilo, I'm sorry, starts with the L. Bobby Peltz, Chris Green, Adrian Fernandez, Jessica Showalter, Walter, and Tessa Accardo. And I'm sorry, we have one student that we missed. If we can have Saul Garcia also.
Can we go first? Do you want him?
Saul, if you want to go first.
Why should our counselor have to deal with over 500 kids because you want to cut them? Students should not have to be fearful of their counselors will be there for them next year. Resolutions on our safety shouldn't be ignored because you don't want to spend money on changes. This district should wake up and realize that no one will put up with these cuts before it's too late.
Good evening. This administration likes to call itself honest and transparent, but let's call your recent PR campaign what it actually is: gaslighting. In your negotiation social media updates, use the term fair compensation to describe a proposal that results in a significant pay cut. This makes one thing clear: you do not value our work. You don't think we are deserving of a raise or in keeping the quality health benefits that have kept many of us in this district for years. And you do believe that we alone are responsible for balancing the district's budget through our own personal financial sacrifice. And let's talk of this sham of a negotiation that Kit Bragg has attempted to lead his team through this year. He needs 2 lawyers just to get him through the process. He thinks it's fair to continue bringing the same degrading proposal to the table after we have made movement in our proposals and attempt to meet the district somewhere in the middle. Read the room. Read the comments on your social media posts. Read the news and see how many teachers' unions are fighting and winning fully funded healthcare. Read the articles from the Pajaronian and Sentinel from 2017 and see how organized we can be when we are disrespected in this way. I'm going to take a few seconds, just like Trustee Navarro did.
That's your time, Emily. That's your time. That's your time.
Okay, awesome. Hello, board. My name is Heriberto Estrada. I'm a PV High student, and I'm running for the board. Students need qualified, consistent staff with longevity and strong ties to both their schools and community, not a roving body of personnel because school staff are forced out of their positions, whether by district practices, housing insecurity, or financial strain as a result of disrespectful salary caps and failed COLA adjustments by the superintendent's office. Students need face-to-face services with academic and career counselors, licensed therapists, and community mentors, not rote programmatic material powered by AI and packaged to the district by consultants who aim to capitalize on our superintendent's disconnection from her district body. To learn the district is claiming an impasse because they're refusing to take the benefits cap off the table, even going as far to offer a COLA contingent upon the union's acceptance of the cap, is not a sign of good faith by the superintendent or the district. This negligence speaks to the desire to continue perpetuating the status quo, where our top-heavy district gives tone-deaf directions and passes them on to the board, who doesn't do the necessary labor of speaking with the unionship to learn where their short-sightedness is continuing the practices driving students, their families, and our staff from district schools. Side note.
Mr. Webb?
Yes, for any students out there who wanted to attend rugby today or any day this month, to any parents who wish there was more feedback on their report cards I just submitted, just know that this work to rule was brought to you by the positional authorities here. Thank you, Dr. Navarro, for teeing that up so well at the last official board meeting at 4:15. By noting how we can't do agenda setting after 6 because we don't pay $250,000 to the superintendent for her to work teacher hours. Has to be the district office hours. By the way, just so the public knows, when I show up to the district office in my union work, and I'm not there that early, I'm coming 10, I'm meeting her there. I should get that spot, the parking spot, I mean. Also, I just want to say that 522 meeting, that was proof that we could theoretically collaborate. We had a good meeting. It should be on film, of course. It was improper that it wasn't. And also, special board meetings need to stay special. We shouldn't be secretly lumping in actual business on a special board meeting. Thank you.
Bobby Pell, Watsonville High. Why won't you challenge the decisions that are being made that are crushing educator morale in this district? When you choose not to question these decisions, when you choose not to push back, you allow a system where power goes unchecked. You may believe that students are your top priority, but you cannot put students first if you put educators last. So if you won't stand up for the people in our classroom, then we will. For every student who needs someone in their corner, we're going to keep standing up. For every single educator our students depend on, we're going to rise together. For a real raise and not just a COLA, we're going to organize. And for benefits with no cap, we're going to resist. If we have to, even though we don't want to, we're going to strike. For too long, the power in the district has been concentrated at the top, and we're going to take the power back. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Green. I'm an educator, an egalitarian, a father, a husband, a friend, a proud member of Pajaro Valley Federation of Teachers, and a beloved cat dad. I currently teach at Rolling Hills Middle School as an ELD and language arts teacher. And 2 years ago, I took on a second teaching job in the evenings at adult education as an ESL teacher just to make ends meet. I lost my place here. Bear with me. I'm a born and raised Watsonville native. I went to school here. My kids go to school here. And now I'm giving my life back to the community that raised me. But now, I'm not so sure I made the right decision. I've always been a huge proponent of PVUSD and the great schools in our community until this school year. The current administration has shown its true colors. Despite empty slogans slapped on banners and t-shirts, the decision to issue dozens of layoffs on a Monday morning, coupled with the current negotiations proposal to cap medical benefits behind the facade of a measly COLA payout, is absurd and insulting.
Thank you. That's your time.
Jessica Showalter, Watsonville High School. I understand budgets matter and that numbers must balance, but I need you to understand something as clearly. Schools cannot continue to be treated solely like a business. When funding cuts are discussed, those decisions may appear like lines on an item, reductions, reallocations on paper. But for those of us working directly with students every day, those decisions affect real children with real needs and real struggles. We are the people that hold this foundation together. Without teachers, aides, counselors, and support staff, there is no system to run. Our roles go far beyond instruction. We are mentors, counselors, mediators, and sometimes protectors. There are times when staff are expected to physically place themselves between students in crisis. I can speak from personal experience. That work is not reflected in a budget line. We are often the first people students come to when something is wrong. Students trust school staff with deeply personal struggles. So when funding is reduced, I ask the board to truly consider what is being cut. It is not programs or resources. It is support systems, relationships, safety, and opportunities for students. You've said many times that this is a business. Respectfully, I'm asking you to stop viewing education only through that lens.
Thank you.
The
That's your
moment
time.
education becomes only a
That's your
business model,
time.
we lose sight of the people at its core.
Thank you. That's your
Our
time.
students are not products. Our staff is not expendable, and education is more than
That's your time. The board is now recessed for 5 minutes.
Recall.
Just let them wrap up what they're saying. Okay, you want to start? You want to start? You want to start ad hominem? Is that what you want to do? Us three will leave if you don't bring them back. Misty, that's what we're saying right now. No, because you guys weren't listening to the constituents. You are not listening to the constituents. Yeah, and we have to respect our constituents. I'm letting you know. Because you're losing, is that why? Because Matt's running against you? Is that because you have no chance of winning the race? Is that what this is? Let them speak. Okay, so go back to Carol and tell her if she doesn't come out, we're leaving. This is what she did first, right?
Test, test. All right, y'all. This is what we're trying to do. 3 of us are saying that we will leave this meeting if they do
Not come out. All right, so we're trying to get them to come back out here because it is not fair to you that you are here, you have class tomorrow, and you need to speak. Yes. All right, so 3 of us are saying if Carol and the rest of them don't come out, we will leave and cancel this meeting. You couldn't make it. You're doing great work.
Come on, get out. Come on, come on. You set the timer. Let's go.
We're back in order. Go ahead.
Agent Fernandez, academic counselor at PV High School. So I'm here. I have a sick child for the last 2 months at home, but I'm here. The truth is that you have ignored the needs of our students, your parents, or staff. You have been cutting positions that are essential and services that are essential, cutting all mental health clinicians, 40% of our academic counselors. I am an academic counselor. And when you're putting in item 10.2 about optimizing student wellness when you're cutting services, that's just shameful. You should be ashamed of yourselves. You have not shown value for our community or educators. You have provided misinformation that you're acting in good faith when you're acting in bad faith. You have failed to provide our union the required information in a timely manner. You have inflated the budget expenses to hide the money, just like a money launderer. You have so stop saying that the sky is falling, and that there's a deficit. You have saved a lot of money in the SERP. Give us what we deserve, rescind the layoffs, stop the cap, and or we will show you when we strike that you have failed to do your job.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Lahamadou, and I'm a foster grandparent and a yard duty monitor at Freedom Elementary. And I've seen the students there and the teachers really bond and connect together. It's heartwarming to me. And it's also sad to me that something will be getting cut and possibly laid off. I have a good example. One of the students I work with, he sits in a classroom, doesn't do hardly anything all day. He just sits there, reads books, doesn't do any studying. And my heart really goes out to him. See, he really needs some extra special needs help, like in a special class. And then you need to keep funding staffing for that. That's what I want to say, but thanks a lot.
My name is Tessa Accardo. I work at PV High. I just want to say you guys look exhausted from listening to all these people. And if you cannot handle a boardroom full of adults, I would challenge you to get into a classroom. And now that I've lost 3 seconds, I would like to go 3 seconds over. Thank you. It's extremely rude to cut us off while we're standing here trying to talk to you guys, and you take as much time as you want talking about teacher appreciation, how much you care about us, that you understand. It's so disrespectful. It's outrageous. People are trying to finish their sentences up here, and you are talking over them. It's rude. We're all adults. Let people finish. I also just want to say that I make just under $67,000 a year at PV. As a 6th-year teacher with a master's degree. I can't afford a cap. I can't stay here. I work endless extra hours to make ends meet in this county. And I'd also like to challenge district leadership to share their pay, benefits, and mileage with the community. But even without your transparency, the community knows the truth. They can see through your lies.
Thank you.
I'm going to call the last speakers for this item. These are the last speakers on this item. I have Erin Levy, Donna Lefevre, Marilyn Garrett, Carolyn West, Jen Salinas Holtz, Laura Azaro, and Laura Puccinelli, sorry.
Hello, my name is Erin Levi. I've been here for 22 years and have seen a few superintendents and boards members go through. I feel like this is the most insulting year of the board listening to all the speakers. And I also feel like this is the most insulting year of public posts on Facebook or public media. And I want to let you know it hurts deep. And I want you to try listening. And I want you to ask yourself lots of questions about where you can find more money in our district, because the cap will cost all of us money and we'll go into the negative. And you say that it's not going to affect us, but it is a pay cut and it's so insulting. I'm shaking right now because it just brings fire out my back to stand here and have to come out here and talk to you about this. So I just want you to know that, mortgages are high here, and to live here, thank you. It's insulting.
Thank you.
That you're
That's your
putting a
time.
cap on our
Thank you.
benefits. No cap.
Good
Good evening, Jen Salinas Holtz, PVUSD parent and staff. Like the amazing student we heard from earlier, I believe their name was Diego, I am here to advocate for queer youth. We have 3 events this month in support of queer youth. I will leave these flyers out in the lobby for anybody to take. This Friday, May 8th, an author event here at the Watsonville Public Library for teens and their families with PVUSD alum and author Jaime Cortez, reading from his book Gordo. Saturday, May 9th is the Queer Youth Leadership Awards at Pajaro Valley High School. It's the 29th annual event. They are still in need of volunteers, so you can sign up at qyla.org. Several PVUSD community members are award nominees and winners and deserve to be celebrated. And Wednesday, May 20th, our 6th annual Harvey Milk Day Pride Flag Raising event at the PVUSD District Office. It's open to all PVUSD students, families, and staff, and I invite you all to join us and show your support for our LGBTQ+ and ally youth. And lastly, you've heard me say this before, please rescind the layoffs to counselors. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Donna Lefevre. I'm a math teacher at Watsonville High School. I'm a big proponent. I moved to this district because I want to make sure that there's good public education available to our community. The actions that are being taken by this district make it seem like you do not care about making that available, that you're dismantling that over time. And the people who vote to make these cuts happen, the board members that are supporting the agenda of this superintendent, are also not appearing to care about having public education available. I'm also a coach. I coach track and field and I coach cross country. Just this year, an immense amount of work was added to coaches. I had to do an extra 10 hours of training and checking off stuff. And there is no way that you can cut the financial stability that I am trying to hold on to and then still give back in a coaching role that is basically volunteer. You're dismantling it from all levels. Please stop. We need public education.
Thank you.
Hello, trustees. Dr. Contreras, Carolyn West, school nurse here. I'd like to send out love and support to all my teachers and staff during this Teachers and Staff Appreciation Week. As with every year, this is also National Nurses Week, and today is specifically School Nurses Day. I'd like to thank my fellow nurses, Katrina, Sita, Bridget, Amy, Gennaro, Lisa, and Lorena. I'd also like to acknowledge my health assistants, Gabby, Yatsil, Annabelle, and Maria. I can't do what I do without you. This is another reason why the cuts are so incredibly painful. I appreciate all of you in a real way, in a heartfelt way, and I can't imagine being anywhere else. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know where the schools could get the money. How about from the over $1 billion a day? Trump's war is killing school children in Gaza, Lebanon, and Iran. We could use that money. I'm here to address, we need education, not radiation. Education, not radiation from cell towers, Wi-Fi, and other radiation-emitting devices. You have received documentation many times on the harm of wireless radiation. I'm going to submit this document why cell towers do not belong at schools, and you're planning one at Aptos High. Daily radio frequency radiation exposure is linked to cancer risk and impacts to the nervous, reproductive, and immune systems. Fire.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
So here's a fire at a cell tower.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
You want that at Aptos High?
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
Buenas tardes. Estoy aquí no solo como padre o madre de familia, sino en representación de mi hijo Emilio, estudiante en educación especial.
Good afternoon. I'm here not only as a mother, but also as because of my son, Emilio. He's a special education student.
Quiero decir que estoy totalmente en desacuerdo con despedir a los maestros, asistentes, terapeutas de nuestros hijos.
I want to say that I'm completely against the layoffs of teachers, counselors, and instructional aides that support our children every day.
Ellos son quienes sostienen a nuestros hijos todos los días. Mientras nuestros hijos necesitan más apoyo, eso es fallarles directamente a los estudiantes.
Because they are the ones who are there for them every day, and eliminating them when they need it the most support, that's failing them directly.
Estas decisiones tienen terribles consecuencias en su estabilidad y futuro. Nuestros hijos merecen más apoyo, inversión, no recortes. Esto es una vergüenza, venir aquí a exigir nuestros derechos. Ustedes deberían de hacer esto por ellos y más.
These decisions will have an incredible amount of consequences for their future and their stability. Our kids deserve for us to invest in them and support them. They don't need layoffs. And it's an embarrassment that we have to come here and ask for our rights that we deserve. You should do that and more.
Good evening, Dr. Contreras and board members. I'm Laura Azaro, currently a reading intervention teacher and a member of my amazing union. Currently, this is not a prop. I am currently a bit broken, literally and figuratively. I'm healing. However, the damage the majority of this board and district negotiators have inflicted on this district may take years, if ever, to heal. Our bargaining team has been more than willing to meet with you halfway. We are very skilled negotiators and bargaining members. We get trained and we have access to great resources through California Federation of Teachers and AFT. Gabe, thank you for being one of the few that stands up for us, that does your homework, that answers our emails, that talks for us, because none of you do. Olivia, I am so disappointed in you. I had so many hopes when you got on this board. You guys need to come to our schools. We are so understaffed still, and it's got to get better next year. It really does.
Thank you. Next up is 7.1. Do we have any public speakers?
We do not.
Okay. 7.1 PVFT, 5 minutes. I assume that will be Brandon.
To rest there. I haven't started. Don't start my time yet. I haven't started. I'll wait till you reset it. Thank you. There's so much wrong with what's happening from the leadership in this district that it's been hard for me to find words tonight. Shout out to Bobby Pels for delivering the PVFT comments at the last board meeting. He did an absolutely amazing job outlining how betrayed and hurt our members are feeling by the actions of this board. Carol and Jessica, we're the ones who got you elected, and you've turned your back on us. Danny, you've shown up for us in the past, but we need you to be present in each of these meetings and be the champion of labor that we expect from you. Misty and Olivia, you could not be any more wrong in how you view this district as a business and having blind loyalty to Kit and Contreras. I can't address Joy because she ain't even here. We need you to stand up and reject this cap on our benefits. I could go into great detail about this to help people understand, but ultimately a benefits cap is a pay cut when the district says we're only willing to cover up to X and you, employee, have to carry the rest of that burden. For a family, that would cost them to pay approximately $12,000 a year to stay on the current plan. We have 80% of all of this district, including some of you, I bet, who are on the Blue Shield PPO plans. And Kit has said that we wouldn't have to have an open enrollment period. The cap can just be implemented. You're removing the rebate plan. So there's no carrot, it's just a stick. A couple of you, most of you were not here in 22, 23 before we had our last round of salary increases. But we had so many vacancies back then that we had more students than we could actually supervise. We had classrooms worth of students just sitting in the bleachers at Watsonville High being supervised by security because we had that many vacancies. A pay cut will cause that again. Kit, I found your blog. You have a post about your experiences having to follow the paycheck and your experience commuting over the hill from work. And now here you are as HR superintendent proposing the pay cut that would cause our members to have to chase that chase that check and leave this district. We are officially at impasse, not because the PVFT has refused to make any movement at the bargaining table, but because the district has said we are miles apart despite them putting one single total compensation proposal on the table. That's bad faith bargaining. Instead of coming back to the table with a counteroffer during our last meeting, the district came back and said that their counter is for us to reconsider their initial proposal. At our last session, the parties caucused to discuss whether or not we had room for any more movement or if we felt we were at impasse. Instead of using that time to come back to the table and collaborate, the district hid in their caucus and they used that time to craft their message to inform the community that they had declared impasse. Literally seconds after they walked out that door, that message got sent to Parent Square, got sent to employees, and got sent to social media. They wasted our time in a caucus crafting some bullshit message. This uncertainty hurts our students and it hurts our members because people are resigning and accepting jobs elsewhere. You are actively pushing people away from this district. We have to retain our staff, and bad faith bargaining is not the way to do it. We aren't just fighting to protect our benefits. We are fighting to lower class sizes, to lower special education class caseloads, to secure the instructional aid support that our kinder teachers are receiving, and to protect the integrity of this district. This district has said that they can't afford to maintain the status quo. The status quo is not working when we're laying off crucial staff, eliminating vice principals at the elementaries, and we are going to be closing schools. The district says we have to keep everything current status quo, and we also have to cap your benefits. We reject that notion, and we're prepared to take any means necessary to fight for the schools that our students deserve. On Friday, April 24th, we launched a strike preparedness vote. I want to be clear that this is different from a strike authorization vote. This is a vote to inform us of how prepared our members are to vote yes on a strike. And guess what? They're prepared. 90% of our members have said they would vote yes to authorize a strike. 8% are unsure and just need a little more information. We only had 17 people vote no out of our entire membership. So when I tell you that we don't want to strike, I genuinely mean it, but we will. You cannot put students first if you are putting us last and pushing us out of this district. I'm going to say it one more time. We don't want to strike, but we will.
Next up, 7.2, CSEA, California School Employees Association. Mic's off.
Thank you, Brandon. Good evening, Superintendent, President, Trustee, and Cabinet. Ashley Yoro, President of CSEA 132, representing classified professionals who support our students, families, and school sites every day. I'm here tonight grounded in the same principles we've been committed to through our Labor Management Institute process. That work calls for trust, transparency, and alignment. And that is the spirit that I'm bringing forth tonight. We've heard the district reference intent behind decisions, and I want to acknowledge that. I do believe there is often good student-centered intent. But in a merit system district, intent is not the standard. We are governed by our collective bargaining agreements, merit system rules, and California Education Code. These exist to ensure decisions are consistent, fair, and legally sound. When process is bypassed, even with good intent, it creates inconsistency and erodes trust to the core. From a classified perspective, we are seeing patterns where that alignment is not consistent. Schedules, assigned duties, classifications, work locations, changes are occurring every single day without clear or consistent notice. I am fighting to put out fires almost daily. Evaluations are being issued without required conferences, discussion, ensuring that employees don't have the opportunity for representation, temporary assignments involving 12-month employees or 11-month employees are occurring without clear alignment to articles that are clearly stated in our CBA, including a required notice provision tied to changes in a work location. I need to be clear that negotiated agreements are not just not being consistently honored, but with MOUs and tentative agreements being rolled out prior to member ratification and your approval, this is not just a concern, ladies and gents. This is a matter of process and compliance, and it's hurting us. A tentative agreement is not final. It does not take effect until members ratify it. And when we bypass these very specific processes, it undermines bargaining integrity, it creates confusion for employees and genuine fear. Genuine fear. Our CBA evaluations and employees in any finalization, employees have the right to be represented in that process. That's a requirement. It's not a suggestion, right? The Personnel Commission plays a critical role in this system. It is responsible for classification, merit-based hiring, oversight of layoffs, reemployment, and eligibility. These functions exist to ensure decisions are accurate, consistent, and fair. Guess what? We're still operating without a fully established director of classified. Say that again 3 times. These functions are not fair. They're not just. That matters. Because without that role clearly in place, the system lacks the oversight needed to ensure accurate seniority calculations, proper classification alignment, proper layoff process. That was very hard to go through just recently. We are seeing the impact of that with our employees' mental state right now as we speak. Errors, inconsistency, and shifting information have created confusion across our workforce at PVUSD. Uncertainty about employment status, difficulty understanding rights and options, and increased stress during an already difficult process. When the process is not grounded fully in the merit system structure, it compounds the impact severely. I want to be clear, CSEA stands in solidarity with our certificated partners in PVFT, because regardless of classification, our employees are feeling the strain of instability, uncertainty, and growing concern around the direction of labor relations in this district. As we approach May 13th, we are bracing ourselves for what we anticipate may be a deeply harmful benefits proposal by the district. Health and welfare benefits are not extras. They are part of a total compensation. They are part of total compensation. Thank you for hearing me. Thank you.
Next up is 7.3, Communication Workers of America, the substitutes. Are you here, Mike Floor? I'm not seeing Mike. Kit Bragg, do you have some new employees that you would like to tell us about?
Yeah, typically I know we'll do some readouts after close, but given the time in the agenda and the fact that a few of them are here, we wanted to take a minute to recognize some approvals that'll be a part of the consent agenda later on tonight. And so with that, I am pleased to welcome Miss Alexandra Heredia, who I believe is here. Is she still here? Yes, she is. Thank you for being here tonight. To the position of Assistant Director of Special Education, Ms. Heredia brings a strong background in special education leadership, compliance, instructional coaching, and program development. With extensive experience supporting inclusive practices and student achievement across multiple school sites. Currently serving as Student Services Coordinator for Navigator Schools, she oversees special education compliance, Section 504 implementation, MTSS practices, and more than 265 IEPs across 4 campuses while supervising and supporting over 65 staff members. Ms. Heredia has demonstrated experience in staff training, program evaluation, behavioral supports, data analysis, and high-profile IEP facilitation involving advocates and attorneys. Her experience also includes serving as a summer school principal, ed specialist, and instructional leader focused on coaching educators, improving instructional practices, and ensuring positive outcomes for diverse student populations. She is bilingual in English and Spanish, and is currently completing her preliminary services credential through the Santa Clara County Office of Education. We are pleased to welcome this highly accomplished educator to her new role. Thank you for being here, Alex. And I don't believe she was able to join us tonight, but Sophia Sorensen. Sophia, are you here? I don't think so. Sophia Sorensen has been selected by the Starlight staff and by Cabinet through the interview process as the new principal of Starlight Elementary School, and we're delighted to welcome Ms. Sorensen. She's an experienced educational administrator and a multilingual education leader with more than 25 years of experience supporting English learners, dual language programs, instructional leadership, and continuous improvement systems in California public schools. She currently serves as assistant principal in Prunedale Elementary School in North Monterey County Unified School District, where she leads Tier 2 intervention systems, SST processes, and family engagement efforts, including expanded supports from Mixteco-speaking families. Ms. Sorensen previously served as assistant principal in Alum Rock Union School District and spent 10 years right here in the Santa Cruz County Office of Education as a multilingual achievement coordinator, where she developed county-wide leadership networks, coordinated professional learning, and supported the implementation of California's ELD standards and the EL roadmap. Her experience includes leadership roles with Pajaro Valley Unified School District as a teacher on special assignment for English learner programs, and extensive experience as an ELD coach. She's been a dual immersion teacher and an instructional leader. We're delighted to welcome her as well to the Starlight community. She's not here tonight, but we can give her a little.
Point of order, Trustee Turley. Where was this on the agenda? I thought we had just. So according to your rules that you approved, you needed to put up a motion to suspend the rules and then go back to that motion. So you just violated your own rules again, Trustee Turley. Just wanted to notify you about that.
Okay.
There you go. Okay.
One more. Okay. Sorry.
You can finish.
Thank you.
You got.
Please continue.
Hello, point of order.
We're moving on.
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 No, you need to.
Please continue.
We are pleased to announce the selection of Ms. Aries Legan Carroll, I believe is also still here. She just walked out. I'm so sorry. As a new director of special education, she's an experienced education leader with a strong background in special education program management, instructional leadership, and inclusive practices across TK-12 settings. She currently serves as program manager for special education with Monterey Peninsula Unified School District, where she provides leadership and oversight for specialized programs across 8 school sites. She supervises certificated and classified staff, coordinates district-wide implementation of special education services, and leads professional development focused on evidence-based practices and supports for autistic students. She also serves as captain cadre member, collaborating regionally to strengthen inclusive practices and family supports for students with autism. Her leadership experience includes acting administrative roles, instructional leadership, and induction coaching. She's experienced with AVID coordination, professional development facilitation, alongside extensive classroom experience in elementary and middle school settings. Excuse me. She holds a preliminary administrative services credential from CSU, Monterey Bay, and a Master of Arts in Education from UC Santa Cruz, and is bilingual in English and Tagalog. So please welcome her as well. Thank you.
Point of order.
Trustee Medina.
Can you please explain to the board what rules we are following?
Next on the agenda, public hearings. The first one, 8.1, proposed
Point
adoption.
of order, Trustee Turley. You are not following your own.
Next on the agenda, 8.1, proposed adoption of elementary mathematics curriculum and instruction materials, grades K through 8. This report will be presented by Deepika Srivastava, our STEAM director.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Contreras, members of the community. It is my pleasure to present to you the recommendation for adoption of elementary math curriculum. The elementary math adoption process began in January 2026 with initial communication to site leaders and teachers, followed by the formation of an adoption committee and a thorough needs assessment. From February through March 2026, the process included vendor presentation, pilot training, and classroom implementation, culminating in a consensus-based curriculum selection. The PVUSD elementary math adoption process followed a structured alternative review approach that engaged stakeholders early, included a pilot of CD-approved programs, and gathered robust feedback from teachers, students, parents, and community. This multi-phase process ensured a thoughtful, inclusive selection of a high-quality, standard-aligned curriculum for district-wide implementation. The process was shared with the Curriculum Council on February 4th, K2 teachers on February 11th, grades 3 to 5 teachers on February 18th, with district advisory on February 24th, and DLAC on March 17th. Curriculum materials were reviewed, feedback was gathered, and multiple stakeholders were actively engaged throughout the process. 20 teachers from kindergarten to 5th grade volunteered to participate in the pilot process, and each implemented one similar lesson from both Paradigm and Bridges. This provided a valuable opportunity for teachers to directly experience and evaluate the curriculum in their classrooms. I'm pleased to announce our recommendation for the new elementary mathematics curriculum, Paradigm Education. After an exhaustive review process, including extensive classroom piloting and feedback from teachers, students, and community members, the adoption committee identified Paradigm as the best alignment for our district's academic vision. This rigorous vetting ensures that we are providing high-quality instruction necessary to prepare every PVUSD student for college and career. Our extensive analysis of the pilot process clearly demonstrated that the use of Paradigm mathematics curriculum provided the strongest alignment with our instructional goals. Specifically, we received overwhelming positive feedback regarding its effectiveness in developing conceptual understanding and fostering high student engagement across all piloted grade levels. Based on this robust evidence and the collective input from stakeholders, the adoption committee recommends Paradigm in mathematics for grade kindergarten to 5th grade implementation across the district beginning in 2026-27 school year. This math adoption implementation ensures a commitment to excellence by aligning curriculum, instruction, and assessment to provide equitable access to rigorous math instruction for all K-5 students across 16 elementary schools. The long-term success of this commitment relies on investing significantly in teacher and leader capacity across the district. The adoption of Paradigm Math aligns with PVUSD strategic goal 1, academic excellence, providing a rigorous K-5 standards-aligned curriculum that ensures a strong mathematical foundation and prepares students for successful transition into future secondary coursework. It also supports strategic goal 2, professional learning, by offering elementary educators structured resources, ongoing training that strengthen instructional practice and build capacity for effective data-driven implementation. The final piece of this adoption process is securing the necessary resources to support a successful launch in 2026-27 school year. We are requesting the board's approval for the full adoption, which includes funding for initial curriculum materials, teachers, and student kits, dedicated professional development, and ongoing coaching support to ensure every teacher is equipped to implement Paradigm in mathematics effectively.
Thank you. Are there any public comments to this item?
There is one, Whitney Damiani. Sorry about that.
So none. Are there any board comments on this item?
Are you recognizing people?
Yes.
Okay.
Trustee Medina.
So we're following the rules. Great. How much is this to roll out?
That would be CBO's question.
And just to know, when you put something like this, you need to be putting the total cost on the agenda so we could see that. So I'm making that request for future items. If there's a cost associated, put it directly on the agenda so we could see it. Thank you. Go ahead. Well, this is my time, so please don't interrupt and give me back those seconds. Thank you.
This is just let me answer your second question. I absolutely asked that, and we were going back and forth, and I learned about.
Mr. Castillo, I only have 3 minutes.
Okay, so today with the cost is for 7 years is 2,513,390.
2.5 million.
Yeah, for
Got it.
7 years for the
Okay,
element.
cool. Thank you. Also, do we not have iReady and SWAN math already in place?
That is middle school. This is kinder to
This
5.
is kindergarten.
So we have Bridges at 10 elementary school right now, and we have Swan at 6, and 2 more schools requested Swan. So that would have been a 50-50 Swan at 8. And so that's where we went to the teachers again to see which curriculum they want to go with, because Bridges was adopted 11 years ago. And
Got
it's an
it.
old
Okay.
curriculum.
And thank you. I'm sorry I have to cut you off. They're only giving me 3 minutes. It's
That's
like we're
fine.
at a public hearing. I don't know. This is weird. Okay. Also,
You can always email me and I'll be happy to respond to your questions.
sorry. And then if you could follow up with me. Okay. So SWAN is only for middle school and it doesn't have an elementary school component. Is that what I'm hearing?
One is sunsetting.
Okay.
And they have a new company launched as Paradigm that was approved by the California Department of Education in November 2025.
And when did we bring SWAN in? I
Uh,
thought we just recently got SWAN.
Swan, I believe this was, it started in January 2025.
Okay. So
And
last year.
so this
Okay.
is a year and a half with 6 of those schools.
It's so interesting to me that we're getting or sunsetting SWAN after approving a contract for somebody to come speak who's on the board of SWAN. So, okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
We are not sunsetting Swan. Swan is sunsetting Swan.
SWAN is setting SWAN.
Yes, and coming up with a new company called Paradigm.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Any other trustees with comments on this?
Trustee Turley.
Trustee Navarro?
That was just my point of clarification. I just wanted to make it very clear that we are not doing new curriculum. The new curriculum has a new name. Is that correct?
It's a new curriculum by a new company. Like ownership is the same, but they've branded it really well.
But is it a switch of the curriculum that we already adopted, or is it like a upgrade, so to speak?
Upgrade?
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Turley, can I please request that we adhere to our bylaws about speaking to our staff respectfully, please?
Thank you for that. Thank you so much for presenting that to us. I know this is only a public hearing at this point. We're not taking any action, and we will see you back on this item sometime soon, I suspect. But we're going to see you again right now for 8.2, public hearing, proposed adoption of high school mathematics curriculum and instruction materials.
Thank you. Once again, good evening, board members, Dr. Contreras, members of the community. It is my pleasure to present to you the recommendation for the adoption of high school math curriculum. The high school math adoption process began in September 2025 with communication to principals and teachers, followed by the formation of an adoption committee and a comprehensive needs assessment. From October through March 2026, the process included vendor presentations, pilot selection and implementation, and concluded with a consensus on curriculum selection. On October 9, math teachers from 3 comprehensive high school reviewed print and digital materials from 8 curricula and completed a rubric based on 13 criteria. Based on this review, 4 curricula were selected for vendor presentation in November, during which teachers participated in a 90-minute session that included deeper exploration and hands-on math lesson. Math teachers from high school selected Imagine Learning and Amplify Education for the pilot process, which began in January 2026. 15 high school math teachers from 3 comprehensive high schools and 2 middle school integrated Math 1 teachers received training and piloted the materials for 4 weeks each, and provided an opportunity to evaluate instructional quality, student engagement, classroom usability in real setting. I'm pleased to announce the recommendation, Imagine Learning for high school integrated math courses, which the adoption committee determined is the best fit for our district's academic vision. 67% of the teachers voted in favor of Imagine Learning following the pilot process. After discussing their experience and completing a feedback form using a 13-point rubric, the high school math teachers recommended adopting Imagine Learning as the next high school math curriculum. The adoption process reflects extensive and meaningful teacher involvement, with educators actively piloting material, providing feedback, shaping the final selection, ensuring that perspectives were respected, and resulted in broad satisfaction with both the process and outcome. Teachers reported overwhelmingly positive feedback on the curriculum's effectiveness in building conceptual understanding and promoting high student engagement across all grade levels, while offering accessible entry points for all learners without heavy reliance on technology. The adoption of Imagine Learning for integrated math 1 to 3 across our 3 comprehensive high school, 3 alternative education programs, and 3 middle school reflects a commitment to academic excellence by aligning curriculum and assessment to ensure equitable access to rigorous learning. Its long-term success will depend on a sustained investment in building the instructional capacity of our teachers and site leaders. The adoption of Imagine Learning Math aligns with PVUSD Strategic Goal 1, academic excellence, for providing a rigorous standards-aligned curriculum for our students that ensures high-quality mathematics instruction and improved student outcomes across secondary pathways. It also supports Strategic Goal 2, professional learning, by offering structured resources and ongoing training that strengthens teachers' instructional practice and builds capacity for effective implementation. The final piece of this adoption process is securing the necessary resources to support a successful launch in 26-27 school year. We are requesting the board's approval for the full adoption package.
Thank you. Are there any public comment cards on this item?
Yes, we have 2, Whitney Damiani and Marilyn Garrett.
Hello, board. My name is Whitney Damiani. I'm the math department chair at Aptos High, and I appreciate that Deepika involves so many teachers. I think that's wonderful, and I'm happy enough and hopeful that this new curriculum will meet our students where they need to be met, and that will support them. My concern is the rollout. In the past, when we rolled out CPM, we rolled out Math 1, Math 2, Math 3. I think that's what is appropriate and best for students and best for staff. I'm really concerned about being told that we're rolling out multiple years all at once. I don't think that's the best for our students. And I would like you to not adopt the entire package as is, but rather do 1 year at a time so we can be properly trained and supported throughout that new curriculum being produced or being brought to our students. I also would like to request opportunities to be trained if you did not participate in the piloting program prior to the school year. Sorry, I was at a field trip all day, guys. I'm dying here. I would also like to say that Watsonville High doesn't necessarily agree. They have 12 math teachers and they're all going to only have one new class, but Aptos High and PV High are in agreement that because we're much smaller schools, we have between 7 and 8 math teachers asking us to teach multiple new preps at the same time, with only starting the training the day before the school year isn't going to be what's best for our students. I would also like to just mention at this time that I think what's best for students is my department thinks what's best for students is to change the graduate requirements for math from 3 years with a D or better to 2 years with a C or better. Let's give our students a solid foundation and then offer opportunities for 3rd and 4th year math. I also would like to say that the summer school program and credit recovery program are a joke. It's shameful. And we need to create a better system for students really learning math in our district and moving forward. I don't like that my students sometimes give up in order to know that they can go to summer school and have a way easier time and not learn anything. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Garrett?
I have a question about how much of this program is on computers. It was not clear from the presentation. When I taught primary grades, we had some wonderful hands-on materials for learning math so that the children could visualize it. So I'd like to know that because all this computer education, which I think is a sham, the Wi-Fi emits pulse-modulated microwave radiation, and peer-reviewed studies show this exposure causes headaches, migraines, concentration difficulties, hyperactivity, memory loss. And when I see that there are these programs on Wi-Fi and computers and how great it is, I think this is really hypocrisy. And this is really endangering children, and it's a sham. So I'd like you to respond to that. Thank you.
That concludes public comment. Are there any board comments on 8.2?
I have a question.
Trustee Carrasco?
Yeah, does this program have a credit recovery choice or option?
No.
No.
The credit recovery is through another program.
Yeah, I that's the packets, right?
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Any others? Trustee Navarro?
Is this curriculum available online for review?
Yes,
Okay, would you mind emailing me the link?
sure.
Thank you.
All our teachers who piloted the program still have, once they voted and confirmed that this is what they wanted, they have continued to have access to the online curriculum and to the print copies.
No, I would actually
No,
like to
I
look
will
at it, yeah. And can you also comment on Ms. Damiani's comment about the training starting the day before school?
So currently our SBC days are on August 7th and 10th. So that is where the training has currently been planned. All the 17 teachers that were part of the pilot, they have already been given 1 full day of training, and they have implemented the curriculum for a whole month. They have also got after school hours where they have office hours and with our vendors, and they were paid for their time. And so what our plan is, if we can get teachers to come, I will definitely schedule a training sometime as early as when we are in the last days right after our school. I would definitely schedule, but it is also the teachers are available in summer.
Okay, but you would pay them for that time if it was outside of work hours, correct?
Yes.
And is there opportunities to kind of play with the material over the summer so they can get more familiar with it?
Yes, all the teachers who piloted have continued to have access. Then the access never stopped. But once we do the final adoption on our next board meeting, every teacher in the district who will be teaching will have, and the same will be with the elementary. All the 10 schools who are brand new to Paradigm will start getting access to those curriculum.
And roughly, would you say, can you just give me an estimate about how much training the teachers who have piloted the program have already had?
So it was a full day, 6 hours training.
In addition to what? You mentioned some other things.
So, and then there were weekly office hours.
Okay.
So if they had any struggle, they would help. And Hyra and Matt Tosa and I are always available to assist. The training, when we start the next school year, the first will be the onboarding training where every teacher gets to know. I mean, the 17 who have worked with it are very familiar and they're continuing to use that resource in their classrooms. But the new teachers who were not part of the pilot, one thing I want to reiterate, every teacher, every high school teacher was invited to be a part of the adoption committee, and every high school teacher was invited to be part of the pilot. There was no cap that only 2 teachers from this department or 2 teachers from this school can be. Every teacher was invited.
So if I'm clear, the only ones that didn't have training were the ones that chose not to participate in the pilot program. Is that correct? Okay. And then I'm going to agree with Ms. Garrett on one thing, which is.
That's your time.
Okay.
Trustee
Never mind. I'll
Ibarra,
talk to you
it's your
later.
time. Any other trustees? Trustee Medina?
Thank you, Trustee Acosta. I wanted to ask Gerardo, how much is this?
1,133,000.
Over a span of how long?
This is 8 years, so
8 years.
equivalent to 141,653 per year.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We had to pay ahead though. I just want to be transparent for that.
Oh, what were you going to say?
It's a cash. We had to pay. We pay upfront, but it's for 8 years.
Okay, so we'd have to pay all that up front.
Yeah, during the first year, during the first 2 years.
In the first 2 years. And we would be expensing that out this year if we do approve, when this comes back and we approve it?
If we approve it, that will be a 26, 27 expenditure.
And was this already flagged as a portion of the 26, 27, or is this going to be in addition to?
Yeah, we have been planning this for a while for this, even before I got here. So it's, yes.
Okay, so we have money to expense on this?
Yeah,
then?
we have categorical funded designated. For instance, like lottery, you can only spend the instructional materials, so it's very restricted for.
Okay, so this is grant funded?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Any others? All right, well, we will see you back next meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
That moves us on to 9.1, adopt resolution 252637, recognizing May 17th through 23 of 2026 as Classified School Employee Week. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Well, good evening, President Turley, Dr. Contreras, members of the board, as well as members of the public and our greater PVUSD community. I'm delighted to present resolution declaring May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as Classified School Employee Week. Whereas the classified employees of the district support a positive instructional environment in a variety of ways each day, and whereas the contributions of classified staff are available to, invaluable, to PVUSD, and whereas almost half of the employees of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District are classified workers, and whereas the PVUSD has almost 1,000 dedicated and hardworking classified employees. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pajaro Valley Unified School District salutes its classified employees and declares May 17th through 23rd, 2026 as Classified Employee Week. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District urges students, parents, and community members to take measures to give special meaning to this significant celebration. I would turn it over to the board for any further discussion. I know a lot of you made comments about this in your opening statements, but it is yours for discussion.
Thank you. Are there any public comments for this item?
There are not.
Are there any board comments on this item? Trustee Dodge Jr.
Thank you very much. I want to recognize the past, present, and future of our CSEA classified workers. These are the people who keep our schools running every single day. Our custodians, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, office staff, aides, maintenance workers, and so many others who are often the first to arrive and the last to leave. This is why I've consistently voted against classified worker cuts, because behind every position is a person, a family, and years of dedication to our students and our community. It was actually a classified worker, a reading aide, who recognized that my brother was dyslexic. That moment changed the course of his life and showed me at a young age just how important our classified workers are to our students and our families. Many of these workers are my friends. Many were my classmates. Many are still serving this district from the time I attended Mini White, and many of them are Watsonville Wildcats themselves. Graduates who came back home to serve the community that raised them. During the floods, classified workers still had to show up to work. When COVID shut everything down, classified workers still had to show up to work. When the battery plant fire happened in Moss Landing, classified workers still had to show up to work. Even if their own safety is at risk, as we've seen tonight, they continue putting themselves in danger to make sure our school students are taken care of. I especially want to recognize Bobby Salazar, a proud CSA worker who dedicated his life to PVUSD, Aptos High School, and Watsonville. People like Bobby represent the heart and soul of this district. The work may not always make headlines, but their impact lasts generations. To all CSA workers, past, present, and future, thank you for your sacrifices, your commitment, and your love for this community.
Thank you. Any others? Trustee Medina?
Thank you. Okay, so tonight we recognize Classified School Employee Week, May 17th through May 23rd. I want to thank our classified staff across PVUSD. You drive the buses, prepare meals, support students in classrooms, keep campuses clean, support safety, run front office, keep technology working, and keep the district moving every day. When families call, when a student needs help, when a classroom needs supplies, when a campus needs to be ready at 7 a.m., classified staff make it happen. This resolution notes two important truths. Almost half of the district workforce is classified, and PVUSD has almost 1,000 classified employees. That is a major part of how our district functions. I want to say this clearly. Classified staff deserve respect in the day-to-day, not only in a resolution. Respect shows up in fair pay, safe working conditions, enough staffing so workloads stay reasonable, and a real voice in decisions that affect schools. I'm proud to support this resolution, and I hope our community takes time next week to support our classified staff who keep our student support safe and ready to learn. Thank you.
There we go. Any others? Wouldn't Trustee Navarro?
So I want to echo my opening statement, but this week and every week, we're reminded of what makes the district work. It's not the buildings, it's not the budgets, but the people. To our teachers, you're the reason that students show up, try again, and believe they can. The work that you do every day, preparing lessons, building relationships, staying late, and showing up early, shapes lives in ways that'll outlast any test score or report card. We see that work, and we're grateful for it. I'm grateful to my own students' teachers every day for the work that they do, and for maybe some disrespect for my kids, I'm sorry. And not showing up on time, sorry, Ms. Damiani. To our classified staff, our paraeducators, custodians, nutrition workers, bus drivers, office staff, and every person who keeps the district running behind the scenes, you're not support in any secondary sense. You're essential. Students know your names. They feel safe because of you, and the district functions because of you. I want to echo Trustee Dodge's statement. Bobby Salazar was recognized at the Aptos Sports Hall of Fame dinner, and the stories of him living on campus and making sure that he was opening and shutting the gate every day, and everything that he did for our district does not go unnoticed. And I know that there's many more out there like him. We want to be direct about something. We know that appreciation expressed in words carries more weight when it's backed up at the table. And I know that we have really contentious ongoing negotiations, and we recognize these conversations can be difficult. The board's commitment is to engage in that process with honesty, respect, and genuine understanding of what our employees need to feel valued, not this week, but every week. Gratitude and fair dealings are not separate things. We hold both. So today, on behalf of myself and the board, thank you. Thank you for your dedication to students, for your professionalism, and for continuing to show up for this community, even when things are uncertain. That's not lost on us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others, or would someone like to make a motion to approve? Oh, Trustee Flores?
Yes, just to say thank you again and echo what my fellow trustees have said. The smiles that the children get from all the classified workers, it does create that sense of community at every school site. And I just want to, reiterate the thank you and just ask that, parents, it's easy to remember to send your child to school with the gift for your teacher during Teacher Appreciation Week. But next week, try to remember that all the CSEA workers that will be at our campsites, at our school sites. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
I second.
We have a first and a second to approve this motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, that looks like 6 in favor, 1 absent. Did you want to vote? Okay, so 7 in favor and 1 absent. Thank you. Next is 9.2, adopt resolution 252636, recognizing May 4 through 8, 2026 as National Teacher Appreciation Week. Report will be presented by Kit Bragg.
Thank you again for this opportunity. Indeed, I'm here to present resolution declaring May 4th through 8th, 2026 as National Teacher Appreciation Week. And whereas the contribution of teachers is crucial in the lives of the students of Pajaro Valley Unified School District, and whereas the economic, political, and cultural well-being of this nation is enriched through public education and its teachers, and whereas the Pajaro Valley Unified School District has over 1,300 certificated employees, and whereas the Board of Trustees and citizens of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District are gratified by the dedicated hard work of our teachers. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pajaro Valley Unified School District salutes its teachers and declares May 4th through May 8th as National Teacher Appreciation Week. And be it further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Pajaro Valley Unified School District urges students, parents, and community members to take measures to give special meaning to this significant celebration. And again, I know a lot of you opened with comments about our appreciation for teachers, but I would turn it to the board if there's anything additional that you'd like to say.
Thank you. Are there any public speaker cards for this one?
Yes, we have 8. Anne Twitchell, Mads Realmuto, Bobby Marshasalt, Maria Rosas, Chris Webb, Wendy San Juan, Amtar Guy, I'm sorry, and Marilyn Garrett. Sorry, what was that? Okay, yes.
Not sure if we're going in order, but we'll just, okay. My name is Maria Rosas. I am here as a parent, teacher, and alumni of PVUSD. This resolution is not enough to make teachers feel appreciated. We have lost so much this year, I could spend my time just listing it. Everything we have lost directly negatively impacts our students, most students who are part of our most vulnerable population. Who will absorb those duties? Teachers. Because we do not have a choice, even though we are not equipped to do so. We lost our $250 yearly stipend, but our district is able to pay for a costly lawyer to sit in at negotiations. Just 40 hours of their time would cover a cost of 82 classrooms to have their $250 stipend. I asked Ms. Contreras, what additional work have you taken on? Whose duties have you taken on to ease the budget crisis? Why are none of the district level positions cut? Board members, I remind you that Ms. Contreras is new to our community and she clearly doesn't understand our priorities. And honestly, she has no reason to do so. You do. You were elected to office by our community and it is about time that you acted like so. You are not in that position to be besties with her, but to keep her accountable. You are her supervisor just like the community is yours. Remember the promises you made to your constituents when you were elected. Some of you, like you, Ms. Board President, have clearly forgotten. Treat teachers fairly, do not cap our benefits, and bargain in good faith.
Thank you.
So I've heard it stated multiple times up here that resolutions are useless and that we shouldn't be doing them. I have disagreed at times, but our common ground has been in believing that resolutions that are not backed by action are the ones that are useless. and this kind of reeks of that. You have taken away all the supports teachers have this year, all the way from ACs who are non-evaluative because they are specifically intended to be admin that are fully there to support classroom teachers, to BTs, to counselors, to trying to reduce the amount of time for kindergarten aides while they also have to go to full-day kindergarten. You've taken away what small stipend there is for classroom supplies, citing that not enough teachers use it, and rather than asking why that might be so, or even acknowledging that, taking the win, for crying out loud, it's a small win. I was told in an email that while we can allocate funding to teachers for their classrooms, it would come at the expense of something else. Agreed, and that starts in the towers. I recognize that you probably don't want to be on record not supporting teachers, so I'm not asking you to vote no. Got a crazy idea though. I would love to see a unanimous abstention to this vote, acknowledging that while it is important and it is all true, our district is not living this out. I have long felt that truly, when we say we love somebody, if they don't feel loved by us, we're not doing a good job loving them. And I feel the same way about appreciation. And at a time when I would argue the vast majority of our teachers do not feel appreciated, maybe our district is not doing a good job at appreciating. Sadly, I know you've said that you are listening and you hear all this, but I'm not sure I can believe that anymore. You've also approved multiple cabinet extensions of 3 years instead of 2 in the last meeting with raises, and added a cabinet member with a raise. Some who are admittedly good, some maybe not. I want to believe that what we have to say matters to you all, but it seems that it's just getting harder to believe. Let's put it that way. And so again, crazy idea. Maybe abstain and say all the great things you have to say. We'd love to hear those, but then say we are not living up to it, and let's acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's been a while since I've been up here. I've been pretty busy with 3 kids, not 2. My name is Wendy San Juan, and I am here as a parent. Resolutions without actions are meaningless, meaningless. It's time for this district to truly show you value the people who make a difference in our kids' lives every single day. We have a lot of work to do in this specific district. I want to personally send a huge thank you to all of the teachers in the district for the daily operations that you do to make sure our students and our children thrive. The work you do does not go unnoticed by our community, your students, or the families that you work with. We see you, we value you, even through all of this chaos that exists around us. I'd like to especially shout out the special education team at Amesti. You've been my rock. The teachers at Watsonville High and the TK teacher at Minty White, thank you for taking on my child. As educators, you contribute to the best aspects of my children and have supported to build my family, even through the challenging times that we have faced. Ms. Gonzalez, Ms. Posey, Ms. Lefevre, Mr. Frontini, Ms. Hanley, Ms. Rakiyama, Mr. Geronimo, Ms. Rebo, and yes, Teacher Bobby, you too, because you've made my son shine. And we gotta do better. We gotta do better. Mental health is at a rise, and these people, they show up every day for our kids, and they put smiles on their faces.
Yeah!
Mads Romito. Beyond fair compensation for our teachers and classified staff, one of the most important ways you as board members can show up for them, show appreciation, is through accountability and transparency. By asking hard questions that lead to thoughtful, well-vetted decisions. You often say these meetings are where the business of the board is conducted. That should include meaningful public discussion of proposals that could significantly impact employee compensation and retention. Here are some examples of the kinds of questions this board should be asking publicly to show our community and staff that every option is being thoughtfully explored. What is the projected net compensation impact to employees over the next 3 to 5 years when healthcare inflation is included, not just in year 1? What alternative healthcare cost containment strategies were evaluated before shifting additional costs onto employees? Did the district evaluate indexed caps or shared risk models that adjust with healthcare inflation? Were tiered contribution structures considered? What efforts have been made to incentivize migration to lower cost plans while allowing employees to share in those savings? And if there have been efforts, why have they failed? Has the district evaluated mechanisms to prevent employees from experiencing year-over-year declines in total comp due to structural changes? Our educators and classified staff deserve to know these conversations are happening rigorously, transparently, and publicly. I'm not asking the board to negotiate in public. I'm asking the board to demonstrate in public that it is asking rigorous questions before supporting structural compensation changes that could significantly and negatively impact employees. That's just one way for you to show teacher appreciation.
Hi, my name is Amber Gardea, and I wanted to say thank you to all the classified from the last one, but also I would like to say thank you to my children's teachers publicly. They have changed. It's amazing being a teacher and being a mom and getting to be work with these people and be colleagues and be in a union with them, teaching them more than just their ABCs. So thank you so much on that. I would also like to thank and appreciate my community at Valencia, the families, and I have never experienced being at another school district prior. The support that we are getting from family that I don't feel that I'm getting from my district. So thank you to all my parents. This has been one of the hardest years of teaching of my, I think it's 18. I always lose track. I just love it so much. And I want, hopefully, my students hear this, and it's not them at all. They are fabulous, and the relationships and the growth that they have made is amazing. It is the turnover in my admin. It is the instability and the questioning and the fear. The removal of mental health care clinicians in the PBS team has been hurting. And now the SRO, like, is that partnered? Is that not partnered? What are we doing? I was at the district office today at a training. We step up. You can't just assume that because math teachers didn't go because they didn't get the training, it's because they might have done 10 other things and they can't take on that other extra thing. So they shouldn't have been penalized because they can't get access to that. And I was at the training and there were so many empty rooms in that meeting, and it was led, this amazing program, Dig It, and they were told they couldn't access certain things, and then I'm supposed to log in and say I was there, and then we didn't get the code and we're supposed to email someone else. How complicated does that have to be? So please support us.
Thank you.
I rise as a matter of integrity, and I would just say that had the agenda setting committee included PVFT instead of their paid consultant, we'd have been there without charge. You'd have an easier moment. You'd have an easier overall meeting, and in this moment, it would be easier for you. I think having Kit present that's probably the worst person in the entire district you could have had present this. Like you already heard today, people don't want the regular gaslighting. And then since that's evident, I just want it to be known that in negotiations, when I look at the actions that I'm seeing and I call out a lack of integrity, that is not a personal attack, Kit. That's a statement of fact. And also it's evident, like even outside those meetings, it's very evident a lack of integrity. I would say this, just the agenda format. This is Teacher Appreciation Week, yet we weren't the first action item here. You had classified, and classified, they actually do have their own. It's not next week, Trustee Flores. It's actually the week after. And we even have a board meeting that week. It's a rare situation where we're back to the normal frequency of every 2 weeks. So to me, to include it this way, it kind of undermines both groups, I think. Also, I just can't help but note, like in the last regular meeting, we said, Kit, high effort. So we're gonna give you this nice fat contract, the car and all that. Well, you know what? For me, I don't see the high effort. I'm seeing that like they show up to the negotiations unprepared. I'm seeing we get more done in our lunch than they seem to get in weeks in between meetings. And then I'm also seeing freedom teachers who've been shorted because this district decided not to plan well, and they've been shorted their pay all year long. So when we talk about saving millions or saving whatever money, Gerardo and Kit, is that the money you mean? Are you talking about the money we're stealing from our teachers? I would like to know. Thank you.
By their deeds you shall know them. What have you done to support teachers and really appreciate them? You've heard tonight, and it's clear you won't even listen to teachers when that's your responsibility. They are the heart and soul of the schools and advocate for the well-being and the learning and working environment of everyone. It's appalling and integral to appreciating teachers is to assure that the environment they're working in is not toxic. I would not be able to teach nowadays because I can't stand the Wi-Fi radiation. And I'm going to quote again because this is critical. This is from Mary Atkins, Citizens for Safe Technology, an article, Time to Remove Wi-Fi from Schools. And think of this seriously. It took over 100 years for our government to finally acknowledge that tobacco causes lung cancer. How long do we need to wait in the case of Wi-Fi radiation? How many more children need to get sick? There are times when you don't wait around until someone higher up tells you to do something. There are times when you have to be a responsible adult and take action because it is the right thing to do. This is one of those times, and I urge school officials to step up to the plate. How many children in our public schools are unnecessarily on Ritalin because they can't concentrate because of neurological disruption caused by radiation exposure? How much money is being spent by special ed departments because of radiation exposure?
Thank you, Mrs.
I'm
Garrett.
giving you copies of this article.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett. Are there any board comments on this item? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I have questions. So who could answer that, the superintendent or Kit?
What's the question?
Well, I want somebody to answer them. We could do Kit. How about that? Since I only got 3 minutes, I'm going to ask a series of yes or no questions. If you don't have a response, I'll assume that's a no. So does placing a cap on teacher health benefits show appreciation for teachers?
I'm not going to respond to anything with regard to ongoing negotiations.
Okay, so that's a no.
No, it's not.
Does asking teachers to absorb higher healthcare costs show appreciation for educators trying to keep up with housing, groceries, healthcare, and gas?
I'm not going to.
Does removing a $250
How do I keep going down? We're going to end this part of the conversation. If you have comments that you want to make about the resolution, please make those comments.
I'm making my questions that you gave me 3 minutes to. So if you are going to continue disrupting me, you're not disrupting anybody else. This is my time. So why can I have it to ask these questions?
Please, if you have questions.
I do, and I'm going to continue asking them.
If you have comments about
you could reset
the
my
resolution.
time. Trustee Turley, I don't care what you have to say because this is my time. Thank you.
We're not going to continue what you're doing. Do you have comments?
Thank you. I do. I have questions. Does removing a 250 classroom stipend show appreciation for teachers?
I am going to ask Mr. Bragg not to answer that question.
Okay, that's a no. Does removing behavioral support staff show appreciation for teachers?
Oh.
Is that a no? Okay, got it.
Brandon, was that you? Okay, I need you to not shout out. Okay.
Teacher workload during the staffing shortage. Show
Um,
appreciation for teacher morale.
Okay, I'm giving you one warning, Brandon. If we do that again, I'm going to ask the officer to escort you out. Thank you.
Let me ask my questions. Point of order. Point of order. Trustee Acosta, question.
Do you have comments on this
I
resolution?
want a point of order. I want a point of order.
What is your
Is
point of
the
order?
3 minutes my
order.
time to ask or comment on what I need to as a board trustee,
Trustee
yes or
Turley?
no?
If we can't have a board member abide by the rules, do they get removed?
No, actually, we
You want to remove me,
cannot
Misty?
have board members removed. We can have people from the audience.
So
but
I
not
have a
board-
minute 22 left. So I'm going to continue asking my questions without disruption. Is that
And
is that
I'm going
fine?
to ask Mr. Bragg not to answer.
Okay.
If you have
And
comments on
that's
the
fine.
resolution.
That's fine. That's fine. Can
if
you let
you
me ask
have-
my questions? Thank you. Does increasing teacher workload during a staffing shortage show appreciation for teachers?
Could you
Kit?
please?
That's a no.
Could you please escort
Point of
Mr.
order. Point of order. Why are
I
you
gave you a
disrupting my
warning.
questions, Trustee Turley?
Thank
Point
you.
of order. So just for people at home, the president just to be escorted. Right. Okay. Can I continue my questions? Trustee Acosta, is that fine? Thank you. Does the district support current proposal show appreciation in a way that helps PVUSD recruit and keep teachers? Kit? No. Okay. Does a raise offset by
Point of order.
higher healthcare costs show real appreciation for teachers? Kit? No. Does a
Trustee
symbolic
Turley, I already
resolution
asked.
alone show enough appreciation without budget decisions that support teachers? Kit?
Point of order.
No. Should Teacher Appreciation Week include decisions that show appreciation by protecting teachers' pay, benefits, classroom resources, and student support?
Point of order.
Yes or no? It's my time.
Don't interrupt with-
Does the district stated appreciation for teachers match proposals that reduce benefits, stipends, and support staff? Yes or no, Kit? No. All right. Do students benefit when the district shows appreciation by keeping teachers respected, supported, and financially stable? Yes or no? No response from Kit. We're prioritizing classroom supports before central office expenses show support for teachers. Yes or no, Kit?
I
No.
have again asked Mr. Bragg.
During Teacher Appreciation Week, can you please stop disrupting me? As a white woman, can you please know your place and not speak over people of color? Because you continuously do that and you don't disrupt that person right over there. I know you don't see that because you are. But if you can acknowledge how you're treating.
Trustee Turley, point of
That's
order.
your time. That's your time. Do any
Trustee
other
Turley?
trustees have comments on this item?
I just want to make a point of order again to abide by our
Point of order.
bylaws.
Point of order.
We're not interrupting with a point of order. Right now, trustee,
Fine. This shows your bias right there, Trustee Turley.
Once again, I'm going to ask that we adhere to our bylaws and not treat our staff with contempt and disrespect. They are doing their job and they do not deserve to be paraded on this dais.
thank you. This is an action item. Are there any other board comments on this item that I'm going to ask for a motion? Trustee Flores?
Yes, I'd like to just have a couple comments. Thank you to all of our teachers. We had one community member mention questions that we should be asking in public. I have asked all, if most, if not all of those questions. I will get clarification on what we can put out publicly. We, like you mentioned, that would not be negotiating in public. I was told it would be, and so I haven't done that from the dais, but if we are able to, I gladly will ask those questions because it has given me the perspective that I have today. So I think it is important for the public to hear that. Also, thank you, Chris, for correcting my dates. I'm sorry. I have an extra week to think about that now. I will still be supporting CSEA even if it's in 2 weeks. And then lastly, Mr. Marshall, I know you would love for us to unanimously vote, abstain to this. I can't bring myself to vote to abstain to this. I am a wholehearted yes. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve this.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Oh, sure.
Trustee Dodge?
Thank you. Teachers, hopefully we don't have to get towards the strike, but who knows? We'll see. So, but also just quickly, I just wanted to mention some names of teachers that were my middle school, elementary and high school teachers. Mr. Ron Sandage, Mr. Greenleaf, Mr. Molina, Mr. Padula, Mr. Jones, Coach Sunderland, auto mechanic teacher, Chicano teacher Delia Mendez, math teacher Mr. Tabasa, Mr. Burns, Mr. and Mrs. Patino, Mr. Hashimoto, Martha Flores, Rhea DeHart, Mr. Brown, Don Brown, Mr. Barsur, Mr. Chavaria, Mr. Willie Hero as well, Aileen Clark Nagaoka, Mr. Landek, and Nancy Bilicic. The names I just read are teachers who dedicated their lives to serving PVUSD schools and students of this community. They didn't just work here, they lived here, raised their families here, invested their hearts in PVUSD. Generation after generation, students were shaped by their dedication, patience, and commitment to education. Many of them were born and raised in Watsonville, and some are still with us today while others have passed. I wanted to take a moment to name them because many of them were my teachers. Many themselves are Watsonville High School Wildcats across different generations, what makes their service to this community even more meaningful. More than anything, they taught me that no matter our differences, our color, religion, nationality, sexuality, or political affiliation, what truly binds us together is being from Watsonville and part of this community. Their legacy lives on in every student they believed in, every lesson they taught, and every life they impacted across PVUSD. Thank you, teachers.
Thank you. Yes, Trustee Flores?
I'm sorry, can I love
Are
what
we
he
allowed
just
to
did.
do that, point of order?
I
Are
didn't
we
use my
allowed to
full
go out
3
of order?
minutes. I did
Point of
not use
order?
my full 3 minutes.
So I wasn't even allowed to give my full 3 minutes as well. So point of order, are we allowing
We
people to
have
talk out of order?
We have a motion and a second. The motion is to approve the resolution. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Trustee Salinas Holtz, right? No? Okay, that's all right. Okay. I'm not, I just asked. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 in favor. All those opposed signify by saying aye. And those abstaining?
I respect teachers and I'm going to listen to your word, so I will abstain, unlike these people up here.
So the motion carries 4-0 with 1 abstention and 1 absence. Moving on now to 9.3, adopt a declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 2026-2027 school year. Report will be presented by Dr. Kit Bragg, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you very much. Periodically, I'll come before the board and there will be a request for an intern or an emergency credential. They're usually STIPs, PIPs for various different types of positions that are difficult to fill. You've done it half dozen times in the course of this year. What this initial declaration is the process by which we can enter into that with a candidate down the line. There's certain areas, certain credentialing that can be difficult to recruit. And so this declaration, should it be approved, allows us then to bring to the board later on other exceptions in credentialing and process that allow us to fill those positions, the STIPs, the PIPs, the various different candidates that we've brought forward under this process. And so by approving this declaration, there would then be subsequent opportunities as we fill positions that are hard to recruit for, to bring that before the board in the next academic year.
Thank you. Are there any public comments to this item?
Yes, we have 1, 2, 5. Ann Twitchell, Bobby Marshall-Salt, Chris Webb, and Whitney Damiani. Is he allowed to be? Sorry.
Let him
No.
speak, Carol. Come on. Restore some integrity for yourself.
Let's have him up first so we can get it done. And
Get it done, baby.
Okay, all right. If you're out, you're out.
Yeah, you guys need to reject this because this actually requires the district to
Can you
have
kill the
taken
mic, please?
efforts to. Let me speak. I know you love silencing people. I'm here to make comments on this item.
Go ahead.
2 minutes?
Start.
2 minutes?
Start.
I don't have my 2 minutes. So, all in all rule, thank goodness. So this item needs to be rejected because the district has not taken any efforts to fill these.
I think you're off.
When I look at these positions, I also see positions that are still set to receive a final layoff notice. So why are we seeking authorization for 5 multiple subject credentials when we have people with the multiple subject credentials set to receive a final layoff notice? Remember, you all approved those in December out of respect for our employees, when in reality, Kit is so unprepared and everything has gone to the very last minute. We typically get our displacement process done by April 15th. We're going to do our displacements this Friday because he is so behind and needs his hand held for everything that he does. We have on this resolution that there are 4 bilingual authorizations. I know of a teacher at Hall District Elementary, I spoke to her today, who has a bilingual authorization, but because she's not teaching a dual language class, she is set to receive a final layoff notice. And Kit has made excuses after excuses for, oh, we can't bring her back until we figure this out or till we figure that out. Why are we authorizing 4 bilingual authorizations, a declaration of need, when we could just rescind her layoff? It makes no sense. We also have been asking him for months to change the way we post positions. If you look, we have positions posted as a math pool. It is in our contract that employees can apply for positions on EdJoin and be granted an interview. How do they know what job they're applying for when it's a pool? For months, we've asked him to do something about it, and he doesn't. He is incompetent. He can't even answer yes or no questions. And yet you're about to say we have a declaration of need for qualified teachers as you're laying them off? Make it make sense.
I rise again as a matter of integrity, right? We just heard like how this is kind of illogical given the actions taken. One thing I just reflecting on, like, I remember in one of the HR meetings, oh, Chris, sometimes you say things, I raise an eyebrow. If I cause you to raise an eyebrow, it probably means you're like pretty out of touch with like the actual goings on of like on the ground education, or you are not putting students first. And that's why what I'm saying like sounds crazy. So much of this is problematic, right? It's insulting to have it during layoffs and then to like come back. And I'm so glad some other teacher came up here today, another veteran teacher said something like where they're worried about public ed, because I'm worried too. And I see this and it aggravates the worry because I see, okay, if you're gonna do a PIP or a STIP while we have qualified teachers, to me, it's like another way to degrade education. And it's a way you rather get rid of some veteran teacher who's like standing up for their kids and has full rights and get some vulnerable new person who it's easier to abuse. Also, one thing I'll just say is I've noticed that it seems like your most productive time for Kit is probably those times when we're in HR. Like sometimes I feel like nothing happened on an issue except for between the last meeting, like just that time in there. And I think this is a good time to recognize another problem with this current leadership, and that is that it brings on added legal expense. And I'm not talking about just having the physical lawyer present. I'm talking about that when we make these poor decisions and we don't plan ahead, especially with special ed, we run into legal lawsuits. We just had that, and this is not even the first one. There's been multiple. So that's my argument to say that the current administration, the way you guys are going, it's not fiscally responsible. The fiscally responsible and good governance way is the PVFT way. We're leading on that front. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I looked into this just slightly, a little bit, looked at the list. I know at least I saw 3 art teachers. I know of at least 1 art teacher who's currently pink slipped. I also know of a theater teacher and a music teacher who are pink slipped. One of those has now gotten a job in San Jose. Amazing teacher who we are losing because they couldn't find out if it would be rescinded. And I don't know what we're gonna do with that except for put maybe like an AC with an old English credential in there who doesn't know theater because we have a spot we can shove them. I know that salaries have been supplanted with Prop 28 funds as well, by the way, and I'm tired of hearing that we don't understand how it works. We do, okay? I'm still waiting to find out, by the way, if we spent or are sending back any of that money, but I digress. I hope that will come back here. I'm a fan of STIPs and PIPs. I started on one. It's how I started here. And actually, I think I was a damn good teacher when I was on my STIP and my PIP, okay? It's not a bad thing in and of itself. However, there are pink slips that have not been rescinded yet in these positions. Until that happens, say no. It's time for the board to step up and to disrupt some of this and not just go with anything that they're told needs to happen. We need you guys. So please step in and do that. On a side note, I will say, I appreciate the officers here. I appreciate the job they do. I do not think it is their job to be kicking people out. And as a member of the Chiefs Advisory Committee with a meeting tomorrow, I'll be having that conversation with him again because that is not a fair position for them to be in. They are not your security firm. They're here to make sure it stays safe. And that does not include kicking out our president. Thank you very much.
Hi, Whitney Damiani, co-chief negotiator and math department chair at Aptos High. I want to let you know that we have 3 to 5 positions open at Aptos alone, at least 5 to 9 in the high school alone. That does not include the junior high. We deserve qualified math teachers there. I was an intern. Interns are great. They're on the process. If this is a last resort, fine. It's not a last resort. We haven't hired anybody. It's your job to put pressure on our boss and on our other bosses to hire people. And who needs to be on those hiring panels? Teachers. Our voices should be heard. We know exactly what we need. Listen to us, bring us in, and let us pick teachers to be a part of our sites that fit our team's needs. I also want to share that currently I have multiple subs in my site, and the Access Center has been. You guys want to pause and figure that out? Okay. Yeah, we're pausing. Okay. So the Access Center has been defunded. We will not have tutors on campus. So it's even more important for our staff to be highly qualified and trained. I resent the implication that I don't deserve to be trained because I didn't volunteer. In fact, I had negotiations that day. And that morning, I gave up time with my team to go to an AVID training so I could be a part of that. And then I was not able to make something that was scheduled 2 weeks in advance when I had stuff on my books for 6 weeks. So I deserve an opportunity to be trained. My new teachers deserve an opportunity to be trained prior to the first day of school. That needs to happen. I love my students so much. I believe they deserve highly qualified teachers. This is a last resort. Please put pressure. I respect Brian a lot, but we got to get those people in the room. It's great that there are people that have applied. Most of those people have taken other jobs. My friends that are math teachers taking other jobs. I've been looking for other jobs because I'm so sick of this district. I want to stay. I want to teach at my school I went to. I want to teach my community.
Thank you. Are there any board comments to this item? Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Can I have assurances that you're not going to stop me?
I can't promise. It depends on what's happening.
So as a Mexicano on this board, I'd ask that you respect my voice and my time, okay? And I know you have difficulty with that, so reset my clock. Okay, this was brought up. It states on page 3, Art 3. So my question is, which school risks losing art sections or reducing arts access if we cannot hire? And what steps will you take to prevent arts from being treated as optional?
So there are no schools yet at risk. What this declaration is a first step to ensure that we can enter into agreements with various different colleges, various different programs, so that when and if a need
Okay, thank you.
were
And do
to
we have,
arise-
thank you, I only have 3 minutes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Also, it was stated that we have people that are being laid off, right? Can we not use those people and make sure that we could get rid of that number 3 on there? Because we are losing some great art teachers because we're not abiding by Prop 28. It's not being distributed equally. I don't know what you're doing, quite frankly, in this position, but what we're hearing from the community, it's not going great. So can you please explain how this is gonna support our teachers when we have some of them on the layoff list?
So to answer that as directly as possible, at no point would anybody on a layoff list not be rescinded in favor of the declaration of need that's before the board tonight for the purpose of filling a position with an intern. The rescission would happen first.
And these are strictly for interns?
Correct.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Trustee Navarro?
Mr. Bragg, can you finish the thought that you were trying to make before you were cut off?
Let me try. Can you take me back to it? I believe it was if you want to give me some context into what it is that you want to ask as a follow-up to that, I'm happy to try to answer it.
Yeah, so the clarification was, I also had this question. Are we not looking at the teachers that have received layoff notices before going and looking for emergency credentials? And I believe that you covered that, but I would like you to reiterate it.
But yeah, let me say it again. We absolutely are, and it's our legal obligation to do that. We are bound by law to rescind those layoffs first before we would ever consider an intern or some sort of emergency credential for a position that we can fill with a layoff.
Okay, so the goal is not to try to find somebody that's cheaper and easier to control. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct.
Okay. And then can you let us know, I think there was a comment about where we are in rescinding these layoffs. Can
Yeah,
you make
we've
some comments
actually
on that?
already rescinded a number of layoffs. And the reason we were able to do that because they were in a specialized credential, they were in a specialized field, they were able to fill a unique opening. We will have concluded the displacement process this Friday.
Mhm.
Then we move into the next process of any transfers that are necessary. And so we were already able to rescind a number of layoffs to fill vacancies that were known in the system.
So just to be clear, by this Friday, all of the layoff notices that are going to be rescinded are going to be rescinded?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
Rescinding layoffs is an ongoing process.
So when will that
people-
be finished?
There's no finish line because teachers have until June 30th to resign. And so we will continue to go back to the layoff list as current vacancies and new vacancies come into the system and rescind layoffs based on those vacancies in order of seniority.
Can you give us an idea of how many of the layoffs have been rescinded so far?
I would hate to give a number off the top of my head because I don't want it to be inaccurate for the record. But we are north of a dozen, I believe, at this point.
Okay, can you maybe bring that to the next meeting so we can determine how many of the layoff notices were rescinded?
I think I can defer to leadership to determine the best way to get that to the board.
Thank you.
Any other board comments? Trustee Dodge?
Can we go back to the single subject column?
Yeah.
So 3 art, 3 English, 3 mathematics, 1 social. So by passing this, are we going to hire interns for these positions?
No, we are not. These are potential anticipated openings. We try to cover a wide base because we don't know what we're going to need necessarily as people continue to move out of the system, as difficult jobs are difficult to fill. The board is not approving by any stretch of the imagination tonight interns for these positions listed. These are if and when we get to a point that we would need a position for an intern because we've exhausted all rescissions of layoffs and all recruitments, then and only then would we look to an intern to fill that position. And remember, each of those come to the board specifically by teacher and by position uniquely throughout the year. And you've done them before, often for special education, other places where it's difficult to recruit.
Okay. Yeah, it's just kind of concerning because when I'm reading right here, it just, this is what we're looking for immediately.
No.
But it's good thing you have clarification.
Yeah, if I can just expand on that, it's because we need to make a declaration to the state. It's just saying to the state, hey, we anticipate that maybe we might need some vacancies filled by interns. Can we get an authorization from the board to do that? If you say yes, then the state says you have your authorization. Then we can enter into our contracts with various different post-secondary institutions to see who's out there. And then only if we have a vacancy that we can't fill, we would look to the intern.
I bring up the issue with mathematics because, me representing Watsonville High, there was concerns that they were going to lose a math teacher to Aptos. And so I heard about that, and from what I've heard, this teacher does really well, and I wouldn't want her to leave to Aptos. So that's a concern that I have. Thank you.
I'll take a look at that when I get back.
Any others? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve the declaration for 9.3.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Hearing a first and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like 5 yeses and 2 absents. Thank you. Moving on to, oh, this one's 9.5, isn't there? 9.4, approve the establishment of a 7-Eleven advisory committee to review potential surplus properties. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, CBO.
It's working. Good evening, President Turley, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Contreras, and community. Welcome to this presentation. This is something new for us. We're presenting to establish a 7-Eleven advisory committee for the Pajaro Valley Unified School District. Today, we are reviewing potential surplus properties to ensure our district's assets are being used most effectively. Our guiding principle throughout this process is be kind, say amable, as we engage our community on these important decisions. Our ultimate goal is for every student to graduate ready to contribute positive to their world. This initiative supports our mission to provide a nurturing environment where students can flourish by ensuring our physical assets are aligned with their academic and emotional needs. We must maximize the educational value of every asset the district owns. This committee will identify properties that we don't use to generate revenue and reduce unnecessary maintenance costs. We need to align our facilities with our current and projected enrollment trends to ensure that we are right-sided for our student population. Our goal is to ensure that even non-operational properties serve our community effectively. Under legal education codes 17387 through 17391, the board, is authorized to appoint an advisory committee to evaluate property not needed for classrooms. This process is legally designed to ensure the community has a voice before any final decisions are made regarding property surplus. The committee role strictly is advisory. They provide recommendations, but the final decision maker power remains with the Board of Trustees. We had to identify 2 properties for this committee for the size of our district, and we identified the land shown in this picture at Amesti. The current utilization is low, as we need to evaluate his potential value as whether it is needed for the future classroom. It's my understanding that this land has been vacant and used for many, many years. The other property, this is not a great picture, it's better in your package. We're looking at a specific parcel of the land adjacent to Actos High School. This parcel is not currently used for educational purpose, and the committee will evaluate how this surplus status might impact campus operations while seeking the best benefit for the district. Beyond the two properties just mentioned, the committee is authorized to review all district-owned real property. This includes properties that might become surplus within the next 3 years, specifically the impact of declining enrollment. The structure of the 7 committee. The legal requirement is because it's minimum 7 and maximum 11 is through education code. They just believe that's the right size of a committee to make decisions. Larger than that is not affected. Less than that doesn't engage the community. Members must represent a wide section of the community, including expertise in land use, planning, legal, finance, real estate, and property management. Education 7389, we must include diverse representatives, business owners, renters, teachers, administrators, and parents. The governance, so it's like a 5-step process. All meetings will be public notice and follow the Brown Act. Then the committee will review data and the district needs, hold formal public hearings for community input, vote on formal recommendations. The committee will work for recommendations, and they submit a final written report for the board. So to give you an example, so if we have a land or a property, the committee will decide we need to sell this, we need to lease this property. That's the purpose of the committee. There is no immediate fiscal impact or significant upfront cost to establish the committee, except the time. The potential for the revenue generation through leases or sales combined with cost avoidance on maintenance and liability offers substantial long-term gains. Any gains can be strategically reinvested in our classrooms and building needs. So if we sell a property, we can reinvest it in other schools. Staff recommends the board to approve the establishment of this committee tonight. When I started this job, I was shocked that our district of this size does not have a 7-Eleven committee, knowing all the properties that we have vacant. When we have a vacant land or a vacant property, we still have to maintain it, and our custodians still go there, because it is still our own. We have like liability, and that is time that we could be using in the classrooms on the other properties. So I am asking the board to establish this, approve the 7-Eleven committees, and I'm opening for any questions.
Are there any public speakers to this item?
Yes, Diane Dutton-Jones and Marilyn Garrett.
I see this as a corporate theft of public school land, the commons. When I saw the proposal for an Aptos cell tower, part of the wording here says converts a small portion of unused land into a connectivity hub. There are many false statements in this document and failure to disclose facts of the harm. I've heard the phrase concealment fraud. And each of you has received one of these, right? They were just passed out. Why cell towers do not belong at schools. And this appears to be steps to lay out the red carpet for these hazardous cell towers. Part of the problem is fire risk. Equipment can catch fire. We saw a picture earlier of a cell tower due to electrical faults. They have hazardous materials in them, lead acid and lithium ion batteries. And the school district loses their rights to the property. Once these leases are signed, there are options to extend the lease on the part of the telecom corporation. Schools should not be providing for telecom corporations to cause harm and increase their profits. This needs all the parents at Aptos High should receive the facts of the harm for their students.
Thank you, Mrs. Garrett.
This needs to be halted.
Thank you. And that was the only card? Do any board members have comments on this item? Trustee Medina?
Yeah, Mr. Castillo. So I also have concerns about privatization of our property, and I wish more people would have been here to speak on this issue. So what guardrails will the board adopt so any financial or any final recommendations prioritizes long-term public benefit for students and does not turn into a private development deal that cuts the community out?
Yeah, so the 7-Eleven will be a representation of you, the board. It's a Brown Act. And one thing that one guardrail will be like each board trustee appoint person, right, for the committee. And we can go up to 11 as long as we have the components. So the guardrail that's why this committee was established. So there's guardrail because our properties belong to our community. And they decide, but there is needs, maintaining vacant lands, vacant properties is costing, has liability. So that's why this the education code that state recommends that this committee is established. So they go through a whole process that I mentioned in the presentation, and ultimately comes to the board, and the board has the ultimate word, for that. But it is about engaging the community.
And would this come back to us like in 2027 or towards the end of the year?
So the committee could
The committee, yeah.
The committee will, once we create it, it could take us a while to establish the committee because we had to, no anybody they had to meet those requirements there in the ed code. So once you approve this, then we can go to work, and the committee will run themselves. They will go there and we will participate and help them. But that's the purpose of the committee, to make sure that
I think what I'm asking is when this is coming back to us as a board from the committee that you establish. Is it going to be towards the end of the year or in 2027?
Well, I say 3 years. So I think we hope to start it for the follow 26, 27.
Okay.
So it's a 3 years. So I say 3 years. And then after that, we could establish a new committee. So that's kind of the process. So it's a period of 3 years.
I was asking because I would feel more comfortable if we had a new board who would look at that, the request. So if it was coming in late 2026, I would prefer that it come early 2027 when we have a new fresh board on here that could look a little bit more deeply into this and ask some critical questions. So that was it. Thank you.
Any others? Dr. Jr.?
Oh, sorry, go ahead. So are you looking to bring along community members, trustees, or what's the committee looking like?
Yeah, I don't think it would be trustees who serve on it, but I think the suggestion was that trustees appoint somebody, but there are also some very specific things. There has to be somebody on the committee who's a land use planner, somebody who's a CPA. I forget what the others
Not
are.
necessarily CPA. Yeah.
That's on. Maybe it's just someone who doesn't have those titles, they can't join that committee?
They could as our appointees. I think there are, I don't know, 3 to 5 positions, I forget, that they have to have some specific credentials. And then the others could be community members that we appoint.
The seven items are community diversion is a person representing the ethnic, age, and socioeconomic composition of the district. Another thing is business community, store owners, managers, supervisors, landowners or renters, teachers, administrators, parents, and technical experts. So that is the 7, but it could go up to 11.
Well, I think we should offer the maximum 11 because I don't think we should be excluding any general member of the public. Not everybody has a real
we
estate
can
agent or
definitely
just
do
someone
that.
who just is interested and want to be part of that committee.
Yeah,
Just-
I think I guess to succinctly describe what this process is it's a legally mandated committee. It has to be formed in order to sell any type of land that is owned by a school district, because any land owned by a school district is actually publicly owned land. And so the public and taxpayers really should have be giving direct direction to the school board about what should be happening with that land. And so Ed Code formed legal terminology and positions for who should be on the committee. So 7 is the minimum. And then they said, these are the people in the community with the best knowledge to give the best, very best types of recommendation to the board. So these minimum 7 should be here. And you can go up to 11. But Ed Code, I think, does the 11 piece because knowing in just best research validated ideas of committees can be hard if they get too big. And the part that I think Mr. Castillo was referencing is the committee can sometimes take time because it can be hard to find people to fill those specific positions and then to get them to meet and like that. But we will, obviously, I think you're right. We want 11.
Yeah, well, that's my point.
Yeah.
You know, like, oh, we don't have enough space or enough members, but then we're excluding people who might want to join.
Yeah.
Because when I was on the Measure
We
M
don't want to be
Oversight Committee,
exclusionary, for
we should
sure.
at least offer a spot for the general public.
For sure. Yeah. We have to meet the threshold of the letter of the law. And then we want to be able to then have set, definitely community input. And then that's really when it comes to the board is here's the recommendations, here's the exploration that happened from the experts, here it comes to the board. And then there's time for lots of public discussion around that and what happens next.
Thank you. Any others? Trustee Navarro?
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. I just wanted to mention that while we were at CSBA, Olivia and Carol and I think we actually went to this session on what to do with school properties, especially with school closures potentially coming up. There's actually a tremendous amount of opportunities, community centers for meetings and gatherings, art galleries or studios, transitional housing unit, foster, like, I know one of the things Trustee Medina has mentioned in the past is, housing for our homeless youth. There was also an interesting proposal where one district actually leased the land to a hotel corporation that built a hotel, and then they got ongoing revenue from the hotel that was leasing the land. So there's actually a multitude of things that we can do with these properties to not only generate extra spaces for our community, but also ongoing revenue. So I look forward to hearing when the committee is formed what the recommendations are. Thank you.
Yeah, there is just to add something that there's a process for the 7-Eleven committee that we learn. It's a learning curve where they will learn that you cannot just sell a land to the private. It has to go you have to offer it to the community, to nonprofits, to schools. So there's a process, but in order to get to that, the committee has to be established first, and that's where they do the recommendations. Again, these properties, we have to approach that, belong to our community, belong to that's it, and that's why this process was established. But we have a lot to learn because we haven't done that before in our district, and we really need it. Even if we don't do nothing, we have quite a few empty properties and lands in our district.
And especially with our ongoing fiscal crisis, this would be a way to generate revenue going forward. So thank you.
Yes.
Trustee Carrasco?
So let me play a little scenario for you. If, let's say, Santa Cruz County Parks was interested in Amesti, that area, and they wanted to create a whole park in there, we would be able to lease the property, or?
Yeah, if it goes to the 7-Eleven committee, yes, like a 7-Eleven committee, let's review this property, and they say, oh, all of these auctions, we recommend this to the board.
Right.
That will be the auction. Yes. Okay. So it's let me say it this way. It's make sure that as administrators don't make any decisions in closed doors. Kind of that's the purpose of this. And let me clear that. That's the whole purpose. Too late. That's kind of.
Trustee Flores? I have just a couple of questions. Could one of the determinations be that some of these pieces of land be used for workforce housing?
Again, yes, that's what the 7-Eleven committee recommends, and ultimately the board has to approve that.
Could the district office be included in what they consider, either renting half of the building since about half of it's empty now, or selling the entire property, or using the property for another purpose?
Yes, that's what I included in your document, all real property that the district owns.
Right.
So it could be like do we use, do we have to move to this property better than that? Those things,
Right.
yeah.
And if campuses are closed as part of another committee process that we're working on, we could potentially look at those campuses for other purposes.
Yeah, so this is the purpose of the committee. Once they're closed, now they goes to this committee, right? It's not that's the decision.
The next natural process. Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to approve?
I'll make the motion to approve this agenda item.
I hear a first from Trustee Dodge Jr. Is there a second? He can.
I'll second the motion.
And there's a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including our student trustee. All those opposed signify by saying aye. All those abstaining. Okay, thank you. That looks to me like 6 in favor, 1 abstaining, 1 absent. Thank you very much for bringing that to us. I think that's a natural conclusion to an existing process.
Thank you.
And I believe that takes us on to 10, report and discussion items. Would anyone like to take a 5-minute water break or?
No, keep going. You
Okay.
can't wait for teachers for 5 minutes? You think you deserve a break?
We're recessing for 5 minutes to take a needed break.
You guys are whack. Community, vote them out, please. For God's sake, SOS.
Especially with all the AP and everything.
Biology.
You're pre-med, that's right.
Yes, but I also.
I know, you're gonna keep.
I want to, because I know that it's important to have like people you know in the field and stuff. Yes. Also, one of the tutors from my she said she had yeah, she's awesome. So I was like, oh, I know.
Yeah, so I love having.
Oh, you do?
Oh, and that's the hospital I trained at. It's like Stanford Kaiser. And so my career comes full circle, and now I'm going back to where I trained to train Stanford residents, but I don't have to do research. So I'm super excited. Yeah, once I get settled, you're like,
I'll be Berkeley, so sort of nearby. So.
yeah, awesome. It's not too far, right?
Oh,
So,
so,
anyway,
well, thank you for your support.
of course, like, let me know if you're doing anything, okay?
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck with that APs and finals.
Yes, AP Cal.
Bye, Desi. You're killing it. I don't. You hang it in there. You got it. Got it. So proud of you.
Thank you.
Bye. I always love all the rest of your crew. I still keep in touch with Daniel. I think that I don't like my video. I know.
We're back in session. And we are moving on to 10.1, school-sponsored trips policy. Report will be presented by Gerardo Castillo, CBO.
Sit down. Good, good evening. This item is, will you please go to the red line? This one that is like the one that, go the one in the bottom, Mhm. Thank you. So this is an update to the board policy. It's regarding school sponsored trips. I actually prepared a presentation, but I thought it's better to show you what the changes are. And this is just to create some safety regarding our field trips. And this is the first reading of the board policy. So I'm here available if you have any questions. This is the first reading, so we will come back to you for approval.
Are there any public comments on this one?
No.
Are there any board comments on this?
I have a question.
Mhm.
So I got an email, I want to say like in the spring, there was a teacher that wanted to do a field trip, but the other two classes in the same grade weren't able to do it. And I just want to know if is that kind of criteria on here?
Gerardo, I'll answer that.
Okay.
That is a really great question. That is not on here. This is more about some criteria around funding, safety, some ed code that needed to be updated. We are forming a field trip committee. It's actually been formed. We have teachers on it and parents, people from staff to start standardizing our field trips because of things like that, where we're seeing some inequities across schools, and then also across classrooms. So we're looking to get some input and have some standardization across the district on things like that. So that
yeah.
won't that'll come forward a little bit later. We started it now. It'll probably be in the fall when we standardize.
Okay, because they were not sure why it was that they couldn't take a field trip they had done everything, and they were wondering if it was
I
because of
just saw that
funding.
one
Yeah.
too, just earlier today or yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking into that.
Okay.
Okay, kind of this policy clarifies about like field trips who they're approved by the school side level, the district administration or the board. This clarifies that, and to ensure that like if you don't have funds to go to a field trip, but your core class is going, is to ensure you are included.
Any other trustee comments? I'm going to ask something that I might be afraid of the answer. I think I know the answer. So is this going to make it, I understand the purpose is more safety than anything else. We want to make sure our children are safe when we're sending them anyplace. Is it going to make things like the Ivy League project much more difficult to do? But if people know now, maybe they can start figuring out how to
Yes,
make it happen.
we do need to meet safety and also our risk insurance standards. And so that has been something that we've been trying to put into the system and also help to educate our schools on. And then the other lens that we're looking through is through an equity lens, that our field trips need to be equitable for all students to be able to participate too.
Any others? So there's no action to be taken right now. We'll see this back next meeting?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see you again on May 20th. Thank you very much. And that brings us to 10.2, Optimizing Student Wellness. Report will be presented by Peggy Pugh, Executive Director of Student Services.
Good evening, President Turley, Superintendent Contreras, Board, and community. Trustee Dodge, I have to tell you that it really made my heart smile when I heard you reference, morning, everybody, Bobby Salazar. That is a dear person in my life for so long. So thank you for always remembering him, as well as my dear friend, Mr. Hashimoto. So that was it was a really sweet way for me to start the evening. So thank you. Okay, let's see here. All righty. So tonight, I'm going to be talking with you about some work we're doing to align our mental health resources towards our established MTSS structures and really strengthen the base of our MTSS structures. And that does align with our vision and our mission. Of course, our 5 strategic goals are listed here, and what I'm sharing with you this evening is just some background information, and it aligns with goal 1 around academic excellence, goal 2 professional learning, 3 culture, climate, and community, and 4 fiscal responsibility. And I know all 4 of those are very important. So the goal of a high functioning MTSS model. And this is steeped in the California multi-tier system of support, which is the gold standard for aligning both academic and social emotional wellness. This is a paradigm shift that has been taking place throughout California, and PVUSD has already adopted many of these strategies, and this is kind of a recommitment to that. It's a shift from kind of the reactive catch-all model to more of a preventative pyramid. The big objective here is to ensure that every student receives the right level of care without diluting district resources. And the goal is up to 10% of students at any given time receiving services that are temporary. And it's a limited time. It's intended to meet their needs just at the moment that they need them. So this information here is about the idea of the 10%, which is the focus of this is looking at the MTSS pyramid, which you will see in a moment, but this is a kind of a narrative of that. Tier 1 is intended for every single student. So every student should be accessing Tier 1, which is excellent instruction, it's PBIS supports, it's social emotional learning, it's behavior supports. And for just about 85% of our students, that's exactly all that they need. They don't need more than that. Tier 2 is a bit more targeted. It's for students who need a little more support on a temporary basis, and it is focused on small group intervention. And then Tier 3 is for students who have more intensive needs, educationally related mental health services, for example, and that's around 5%. And the rationale here in really making this bigger commitment to MTSS is to dig into the fact that if we are serving more and more students at the Tier 2 and Tier 3, that needs to be taken by us as a signal that we need to double down on Tier 1. And we need to provide more supports in our Tier 1, which our teachers are doing an amazing job, really dedicating themselves to literacy, to numeracy, and the curriculum that you heard about this evening is more evidence of that. So the letters training, all of that is really going to strengthen our Tier 1 at the secondary level, avid structures that are being put in place. So we are taking this as our cue to double down on Tier 1 and provide support for Tier 2 as well. Just a visual representation. So same information, but just showed to you in a pie chart. And then this is a little bit more of a detailed look. So if you look at the very bottom row, the systemic goals, increase student well-being through prevention and skill building, staff clarity, architects versus specialists. So making sure that we provide our staff with the ability to use the MTSS process to provide services in the ways that are needed. And then finally, fiscal stability, because that's something we've been talking about quite a bit for the last several years. So tier 1, again, it's 100% of our students, and about 85% of them, that's plenty, that's all that they need, and it's just right. Tier 2 is the targeted support where it's evidence-informed skill groups. It will be largely done through short-term intervention, 8 to 12-week cycles with our agency partners. That is, I'm currently meeting with our agency partners and discussing this right now. They are the experts in mental health. We are the educational experts, and so we are really taking that role very seriously to make sure that we are gathering information from them around the supports that they see would be the most beneficial in that model of around 10%. And then lastly, at the very top of the pyramid is the smallest number of students. And again, largely those are our students who are receiving the most intensive supports, and largely it's through educationally related mental health services. So this is through partnership, and it is largely outside agencies. It is enhancing our capacity through those agency partners. They have a clinical specialization. They can provide a continuity of care year-round, where that is sometimes challenging for us. The focus is on tier 2. It's very much a precision focus in cycles, and with the goal that no student is in that tier 2 for the whole year. It should never be that any more than 10% of our students at any given time, and not the same 10%, because that is what we know. It can be overprescribed, and then that can actually cause more challenges for students. Oops, did I skip that one? Sorry about that. And then lastly, hatching results. So an agency that we are working with, a professional learning agency for our counselors. Our counselors have begun a deep learning. Just as I mentioned before about tier 1, our counselors are also a big part of tier 1 and tier 2, and they're going through professional learning that is through hatching results, and they're developing a comprehensive school counseling program that is in alignment with the ASCA model, which is the American School Counselor Association. This provides us with an opportunity to provide advanced clinical expertise, implementation of high fidelity clinical modalities, specialized certifications. Our partners, this is their area of expertise, with a focus on tier 2, and again, that cycles of service. The benefits of a targeted 10% model: small group intervention shows higher efficacy when groups consist of students with similar needs. So those groups can be centered around certain needs. It prioritizes well-being, where services are seen as a booster and not a full-time need and not permanent. And it caps it at 10%, so it's strengthening our tier 1 and raising the floor for the entire student body. So in terms of next steps, we're going to continue our work in strengthening tier 1 academic, behavioral, and SEL programs, elevating excellent instruction and PBIS as our solid base, which we have seen some tremendous strides with that this year. Thank you to the work of our teachers and our administrators who are supporting them, and our classified staff who are also supporting. Partnering with specialized outside mental health agencies, formalizing the 10% tier 2 services to target and optimize resource allocation. And I know that the board is very interested in hosting a mental health focus, probably at our parent conference, which will be in September. So those are some of our next steps.
Are there any public comments?
Yes. Ann Twitchell, Wendy San Juan, Ashley Euro, and Joan Living Zwitzler. Sorry, Joan Ling Zwitzler.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy San Juan, and I am a proud counselor in this district, been here for quite a while now. I want to know, how many people have MTSS training? How many people know what MTSS really is? I know I did many years ago. I think I was one of the first counselors that started to really go to ASCA and traveled all over and got all this knowledge and all this training. And my counselors at some point were like, why do you make us do all this stuff? And I'm like, watch, you're gonna need it. So they've been on this game for a while. The district's just now jumping on it. You just pink slipped 40% of my counseling team. That doesn't count the ones that have already resigned and left, about 50% the past year and a half. We love working with Hatching Results and we value them so much, but that is not enough time for us to really do the work that we need to do to move into developing or establishing or recreating a comprehensive school counseling program. We need more time. We are asking the district leadership to give counselors our time back so that we can meet and do the work that we were doing a few years ago. It just seems like all of that stopped. The triangle in this district is flipped. We are currently working a lot with students that have higher needs, and there's not enough time or people to fill those needs. We are burnt out, and we need more support. Board, I encourage you to go to MTSS training is the week of July 14th, so you can familiarize yourself with what that entails. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Joan Ling Swizzler. Thanks, you almost got it right, Olivia, but most people don't. So I'm a teacher at PV Elevate, formerly at PCCS. I was not planning to speak because so many of my colleagues have, I think, very much more emotional situations in their classrooms. I feel very lucky that I've been at PV Elevate. However, we have had a lot of students with high needs. And so I echo my colleagues who are saying that we're not going to be able to pull this off without our mental health clinicians, without our counselors, without our reading intervention teachers, without ACs, without behaviorists. I really don't know how this is going to work. I think it could work if we had all of our staffing. But the fact that this is being presented as a wellness issue for our students, this board, the majority of this board did not vote to keep 160 of our staff. And that shows a lack of priority for the wellness of our students because those are student-facing jobs. And the work that those people do, and they work their tails off, affects our students greatly. This is a district that has very, very high needs. And I'm very concerned personally because we see a lot of those kids with anxiety who are really behind academically come to PV Elevate, and we have not been able to meet their needs because they're just so great, and we don't have a full-time counselor. And so I really hope that you think about how this is going to work because with 160 potentially less staff, it's going to be very difficult.
Ugh, 2 minutes. Ashley, CSEA 132 chapter president. I appreciate the district for recognizing the importance of student wellness and layered systems of support. I often intervene at tier 1 and tier 2. Many of our classified employees do as well. Our students absolutely deserve this investment. But speaking candidly, because this conversation feels incredibly difficult for many of us sitting in this room, online, or who's going to watch later, it's heartbreaking to hear presentations about optimizing student wellness while the district has simultaneously laid off mental health clinicians and counselors. That is not lost on employees, families, or school communities. And respectfully, it feels very odd hearing discussions about supporting student well-being through outside contracted providers while trusted internal professionals who already built deep relationships with families, and our students are being pushed out of our system. I'm sick. Absolutely sick. Our students are not data on points. They're not percentages on a slide. We are their providers. They are children navigating anxiety, trauma, housing instability, grief, behavior struggles, emotional overwhelm. What support them most consistently is us. Trust, safety, connection, adults that they already know. Relationships matter. Rapport matters. Community matters. No outside agency can instantly replicate the relationships and love we built with these children and families. From a classified perspective, we know what happens operationally when systems become strained. We drowned, and our students feel it. Please hear me when I say this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put in a card for this item too, but you guys lost it. Surprise, surprise. So I'm going to take 2 minutes to speak.
Did we have a?
Yes, there was a card, but I was under the impression he was removed, so I didn't call his name.
Exactly.
Okay, I think he
You're
gets to
wrong.
come back.
Thank you. Trying to silence me. Surprise, surprise. All right. Well, so can you guys not even tell that that presentation was made with AI? That little triangle slide, that's a joke. You guys have administrators coming up here to present who are earning six-figure salaries, who like our high school students who are using ChatGPT to cheat on their assignments could have done a better job than that. That's straight up embarrassing. So I wanted to ask some questions. I wanted to give you some questions, and I'm hoping that some of you can actually answer these in the 3 minutes that authoritarian Carol gives you. What are the caseload limits for these outside agencies? What is the wait time for students to get onto someone's caseload? How many students do we currently have who are accessing support through our own mental health clinicians? How many mental health clinicians will we bring in through these crappy outside agencies? How is it not supplanting our workforce to be laying off counselors and mental health clinicians and then replacing them with outside agencies? Why do you cherry pick data and name drop programs? You just uplifted the ASCA model, but ASCA recommends student to counselor ratios of 250 to 1. What are our current ratios? Why does Kit Bragg keep striking counselor ratio language in our contract? Why doesn't he want to agree to counselor ratios? You want to uplift ASCA when it's convenient for you, but then you don't want to actually follow the model? Disingenuous, but that's what we've expected from you. Again, you all approved layoffs in December out of respect, but Kit is completely incompetent and hasn't been able to collaborate with us on plans for counselors next year. We're going through displacements for our teachers on Friday. Why don't we have displacements figured out for our counselors for next year? Will counselors get their assignment letters on May 20th, or will they get reassigned over the summer? Please ask these questions, demand answers, and if they're gonna come here and blow smoke up you guys, is like, you know what? We need to light a fire under them. They're using AI programs, they're failing at their jobs, and they're failing our students.
Are there any board comments on this item? Trustee Navarro?
Dr. Contreras, can you clarify a few points? First of all, what is the National Association of School Psychologists recommended maximum ratio for psychologists and students? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Peggy.
I can look that up and let you know.
It's 1 to 500.
Thanks.
It's 1 to 500.
Okay.
And just so you, just for further context, actually the national average is significantly higher, and it's usually 1 to 1,000 to 1 to 1,500. And I understand that the recommended is 250, but unfortunately in most school districts across the United States, that's actually. Yeah, so California average is 454, you said? Yeah. 1 to 454. I understand that the Psychiatry Association recommends 1 to 250, but in our fiscal current situation, that's not really feasible. The other question that I had was, can you talk more about the tier 2 supports and how is that 10% target determined and what happens if it goes over capacity?
Yeah, through the MTSS process at the school sites have all developed their MTS process where they have weekly meetings and students are brought forward who are needing some extra support. So it's some team decision. They have metrics that they use to make those decisions. And then, so with this model, it's still being developed exactly how we will employ that, but it could be through a variety of things, as I mentioned before, as our staff are the educational experts, and the partners will be working with. It may not be mental health clinicians. It may be through other models that they have. There are ways to use wellness coaches. There's a variety of ways that it could be developed, and so that's what we're working on right now, is kind of refining that.
Also, how is the district ensuring that the services are being delivered with timeliness and fidelity, and making sure that we're in legal compliance?
So I can look that up for you. I don't, because I'm not right now managing that one, but.
So this presentation was not on the but more on the tier 2 support. We'll be talking on the special education side in a future board meeting, but I can get you that information.
Okay, thank you. And is there a plan is there a sufficient capacity for our Spanish-speaking families to make sure that there's bilingual support?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Trustee Medina, I think you had a hand up. Did you?
No.
Okay, Trustee Carrasco?
You mentioned that we would be working with outside agencies. What are those agencies?
So we're currently in discussions with a couple of our partners right now, PVPSA and ESS, and we're open to other partners as well. So those are the first conversations we've had.
What was the second one?
ESS, Effective School Solutions.
Okay. So I remember having these discussions about, I think in your presentation, it also said that the agency partners would have like 8 to 12 weeks. That's 2 to 3 months, right? In my experience, 2 to 3 months is still like building a relationship with students. They're still not gonna disclose certain things. So my concern is that that's not enough time. So I know that we've had, there's been discussions like with counselors, with the community, with ourselves here, when we talked about this. And one of the things that I would like to see is for them to be at the schools full time. If this is actually going to be something that's going to work. And I only say that because every school is different, and in order for them to really understand the vibe of the students is to be in the world that they are in as well. That's so for me, 8 to 12 weeks, that just, because even let's say they did have a good, relationship, then we really need to be able to build those relationships with the students outside of those 8 to 12 weeks. That just sounds very like transactional to me. The other part is, can we ensure that the agencies get MTS training as well? Because at the end of the day, I really want our students to be supported. I understand that we cannot financially afford this right now, but if we're going to do this, we need to be able to do it so that we can do our best to make it work. So that would be another thing, another question. Would we be able to have the new staff have MTS training as well?
Yes, so most mental health professionals do have deep training in multi-tiered systems of support. So the 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 week cycles, that will depend on the type of service that's being delivered. So in the past, it was heavily reliant on very much a one-on-one service.
Yeah.
And that is still absolutely available in the community with agency partners and county behavioral health. All that doesn't go away, but we're talking here about a kind of a base of mental health services that each school will be provided. In addition to that, there are schools, many of our schools have community schools funds that they could explore using more of that, using some of their community schools funds to augment the base that we provide. So that's, that is kind of the vision for this, is that we provide a base and then schools can select to offer more services. But we also, one of our goals is to make sure that we're being good stewards of our students and our families, and making sure that we connect them to services, even if they're not at school, but services in the community.
Yeah, well, one thing to keep in mind is a lot of students, the only way to reach them is at school. So that's my concern.
I understand.
Yeah.
Any others? Dr. Medina?
Yeah, when you mentioned outside agencies, you said PVPSA, correct? That you'd be reaching out to them?
Yes.
Is our superintendent on the board of PVPSA?
I know that there was a position. I don't know if she's on there now.
Are you on the board of PVPSA?
I'm actually have given up my board seat.
Conflict of interest. All right, we love doing that. So in the 8 to 12 weeks, what happens if a student needs more support outside of that range?
So just like with anything, this is like the percentages that are here. If it's slightly above 10%, if it's slightly below 10%, I think there's going to be flexibility. And especially as we develop our model, these are people, right? So it's not just numbers. And so it will have some fluidity to it.
Okay. My counselor is here, and I appreciate them for everything that they did to me. Shout out Wendy right over there. And I see the value in people like Wendy opposed to an agency, opposed to outside organizations coming in. And you know, I'll say this, I don't feel like this district cares about our students who have these needs. We're telling them, you don't care because you know what? We're going to get rid of your mental health providers. We're going to get rid of your behavioral technicians. We could care less. We have a board member who has ADHD, and the president is very well aware that when an injustice is present, when we don't follow rules correctly, that triggers me. So she's purposefully egging me on. Our board president, superintendent can't even respect my own accommodations that I need, which is why I had to file a civil rights lawsuit against them to get them to do it. So this district does not care like they say they do about our students by going off and getting these agencies when we have people just like Wendy here that we need. So I don't know what else to say, y'all. I want to make sure that our students are getting the best support, and the way that this was presented and just listening to our teachers, I'm very worried. And do you have something to say, Dr. Contreras? You can say it on the microphone.
No, Trustee Medina, but I wish you would be more respectful to staff who are trying their best to do this presentation right now.
No, I think it's a great presentation. It's great. Again, I just don't trust you. I don't trust the board president. I don't trust your wall of loyalists. And
That's fine.
Thank you. This is my time, Dr. Contreras.
Not that way,
Dr.
please.
Contreras,
Point of
thank
order,
you.
Trustee Turley, this is really disrespectful behavior on all parts.
Girl, you walked out on teachers. That's disrespectful. Why don't you think about that? So again, this is them triggering my ADHD, and I hope this shows you that they do not care about people who have situations like me, because they can't even respect me up here. Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions. Anybody? We're done, right? Okay.
President Turley, Mr. Hashimoto used to always say onward.
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 I loved Mr. Hashimoto. He was amazing. Does the 85-10-5 plan take into, is it looking at the aggregate of the state? Does it take into account specifics of a community?
Yes. So just as I said earlier, the 10%, the 5, each of those percentages can be a little bit fluid at times. And so absolutely.
I think you can tell that we just have a concern. We want to make sure that our young people who have needs have those needs met.
And that's what we want as well.
All right, thank you. So this is just a report and discussion. You'll come back to us May 20th?
I'm
No?
not sure.
Okay. There isn't.
There
a-
will be future contracts for the
Okay.
partnerships.
yes, not-
Okay,
not
but not just yet. All right, thank you.
Trustee Turley, can I just ask one more question?
Yes.
Is there a peer?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me a question of clarification. You already had your time. You can contact her later, but thank you.
She just,
Point
I
of order?
just said no.
I had to stop you because I knew you weren't going to do it.
Okay. We're moving on to 10.3, Sustainable School Advisory Progress Update. Presentation offered by Gerardo Castillo, CBO.
Before I do this presentation, I want to acknowledge a couple of those members who are on this committee who they're still here. I don't know if they are here for this item, but it just shows their commitment, you know, like they're over 2 hours every other week and a lot of work. So thank you for being here. This is we're doing this. We met for our second time on April 30, and we can take three takeaways. We present three data or information. One was the enrollment, one was the facility master plan, and another one we discussed about how do we shift from the data we presented to eventually create a model. We discussed inter and intra-district students. That was our major topics. We broke down in a lot of groups. You know, so regarding enrollment, we showed data all the way to since 10 years back. And even if we just focus from pre-COVID, we have a declining enrollment of over 3,000 students. And we discussed that, what is why was the declining enrollment. So there's another report in the package that talks about the projections. So it's not just we have declining enrollment during the last 6-7 years. We do not see coming back the student in the future, and that's coming up. We will discuss that in more detail. So people are having less kids. The migration, the current environment of in our county and in our community has affected us too. As we went into the data, you know, the 22 members, you know, we talk about alternative education, like why are we losing those students, especially, you know, high school students, and it was clear that we need to do better to retain those students. They go to alternative programs. You know, about analyzing the 3,000 students shift to give a vision for our community. That's equivalent to you take the seven elementary schools by alpha order. That's equivalent to 7 schools. If you take our largest high school, Watsonville High School, and 2 middle schools, that's equivalent to that as well. We spent significant time in the facility master plan too. We broke down in groups, and during that we discussed that we got into detail what is maintenance and what is our investments. The team requests a lot of data in this area, and we have provided. We will update it in their webpage. We discussed about facility condition index. That is like a grading of the facilities or each of the facilities in the 400-page facility master plan. We learned that the higher the score, that means the worse that facility it is. This is just something that I talk about it. This is a summary in what I discussed that in pictures. But I was very impressed the passion of our team or committee to get into the details to make a decision. And they realize that this is gonna be a very difficult decision, but they still stay there. We're gonna get to the model school work. There was a discussion about like, do we present data first or do we present the model first? That was kind of like the back and forth about just that question. But what we were very clear is that we had to build a model that works for our district, works for our community, as it is different from other schools. So we are not gonna bring like a template from another districts. So this is some information about our model. I'm not gonna read it, but as we went into the data, it was clear that not all the schools were affected the same way. It's only one school, our high school, that has seen the increase in enrollment. Across the board, every school has seen the decrease. Student transfer data. We Peggy discussed on some data regarding intra and inter-district transfers in our district, and they were asked some questions, and we have revised the report that was presented. We will update it in our web page. Some great questions, great discussions in this area as well. We had to look into their environment, and we look into facilities, not just that's an area that we learn, and we are doing that. So like where we are right now, we have 2 meetings. Right now, we're still looking into the data and to understand, and eventually we will go to in June we're gonna go into the boundary maps, and that's where we are. So I counted and I wrote down like 25 questions. This is some of the questions that they brought up that we have work to do. And that's just for information only, and I'm available to answer any.
Thank you. I'm going to pause this conversation for just a minute. It is now 10:21. Would anyone like to make a motion to extend the time of the meeting?
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting to midnight.
Is there a second? I hear a first and a second to continue the meeting until midnight. All in favor signify by saying aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That was okay. 6 in favor, 1 absent. Motion carries. We will end before midnight or at the stroke of. Are there any public speaker cards for this item?
Yes, Chris Webb and Ashley Euro.
So I'm actually 1 meeting behind in my review of this whole committee. So I'll mostly speak to meeting 1. And I would just comment on the selection process. It's not necessarily balanced if the union didn't get their chance to make appointees. And actually we are 1 short, right? Because, Ashley Yoda Flowers got to be there as a president, but the PVFT didn't get somebody there as a president. The way they were identified is a middle school teacher, which they haven't done in years. And I would point to you, board, you have good middle school teachers who should be there in informing the situations that exist in this exact moment. And I would point 1 to you would be the middle school teacher who was at the last board meeting, the special one. I can give you their name offline if needed. And also, there's got to be, you want to do this with integrity because it's going to be tense later, and you don't want it to seem like a predetermined outcome. So I would really encourage like the most thoughtful, you don't want to have these kind of simple errors. And then also, I would like to say regarding the consultant, he had talked about like, oh, this isn't a budget committee. We're not going to talk about like legal expenses, these things I've been bringing up every time because they keep occurring and they seem to be growing. Can't talk about that. Can't talk about like how model continuation renaissance, we used to recoup a lot of ADA. Can't talk about that. Okay, like to me, later in that meeting, he would say like, hey, we want fiscal responsibility. You cannot be about fiscal responsibility and not talk about these type of expenses. And we should be asking how are we going to boost enrollment? And we need to be careful when they say, oh, consider the whole district. That's sometimes how people are convinced to screw their own people. So be careful about that. Make sure we're doing improvements. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so short. All righty. I'm so sorry, you guys. Restart my time, please. My head hurts. As someone serving on the Sustainable School Advisory process, I want to acknowledge the weight and complexity of this work. School communities are ecosystems. Decisions regarding school configurations, consolidations, enrollment balancing, or closures impact far more than facility utilization. They impact transportation, attendance, extracurricular access, expanded learning programs and opportunities, staffing stability, family routines, and most importantly, a student's sense of belonging and connection to their school community. I also want to acknowledge the amount of time, energy, and thought committee members are investing into this process. These conversations are absolutely not easy, and I appreciate the collaboration that has happened so far. And it is across the stakeholder group, so I appreciate that. At the same time, the data presented to the committee must remain clear, accurate, complete, and transparent. We appreciate the effort put into the presentations, if there is effort there, not ChatGPT, but when the data is unclear or inconsistent, it creates confusion amongst us members and the public that's watching, or even to be fully engaged in the information and decision-making. Classified employees are absorbing the real impacts of these restructuring decisions at the school sites in real time. We see firsthand how these shifts affect students, families, transportation, nutrition services, and all the fun things. I do remain hopeful in this process because it truly, we value the work and the recommendations that is coming from this committee eventually. We hope that the countless hours reviewing the data, asking hard questions, engaging in thoughtful discussion is there because we care deeply about our children and our students and our schools and the future of this district. My hope is that our collective recommendations are fully evaluated and presented to the board with transparency and truth. I have so much more to say, but it's genuine when I say that I truly hope that we are able to do the work we need to do and present truthfully to you all, and everyone can make an informed decision, because it's heartbreaking what we have to do, and we know that.
Thank you. That was only those two? Okay. Any board members with comments? Trustee Navarro?
So Chris, I'm also a meeting behind, but I missed meeting one. I had the opportunity to watch meeting two. And Ashley, I just wanted to give you a compliment. I thought you asked a lot of really great questions at the last meeting, so thank you for that. A couple of observations that I had just as a board member watching the meeting is I think that, first of all, I want to thank everybody who volunteered their time. It's a huge undertaking. There's so much data review and a lot of homework that I don't think people were anticipating. But I do think that the public is maybe getting a taste of how challenging it is, just even for us board members to have learned all of what we've learned since the time that we've been on the board. It's incredibly complicated, and these decisions are not to be taken lightly. One of the things that I noticed is I think you really need to redo the facilities presentation again, because it was very difficult to follow, and I actually know all this stuff. So that would be my first recommendation. And then I think there needs to be, and I know you guys are having a reset, and I don't know what that is yet, but I'm just going to put my observations out there. I think that it needs to be really clear, like what the goal is. Like initially, you need to give that 10,000-foot perspective so people understand the job. There was 2 people on the committee that did not realize that the job of the committee is that we need to recommend schools need to be closed. That is a problem, and I noticed it during the meeting, and it was not reiterated that no, you are here to decide which schools to close. You're not here to decide we're not closing schools. That's not the job. That wasn't the assignment. So I think that really needs to be clear at the next meeting, and make sure that if they're not up for that task, that we have an alternate that can move into that role. So, I think when there's so much data coming at you, I think you really need to be very clear in your words. Most of these people that are on this committee don't understand facility management, all the data that you were presenting. So my recommendation would be, imagine that you're presenting this to a student. And how would you present it? Because it was incredibly complex. And I actually was sending lots of texts to Heather after watching that. But I hope that the next meeting is a little easier to understand and a little clearer, and that we can give equal opportunity to people to speak, because really there was 3 people that were speaking during that meeting and everybody else didn't really get a voice. So those are my recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for your input.
Thank you. Trustee Flores?
Yeah, I just like when we had the sustainable budget team, I like to tune into this and, be on the other side of the camera for once. But I also noticed we kind of toyed around with the name of this committee, and the obvious name would have been the school closure committee, but we didn't want to put that out there. So we were like sustainable school reorganization or sustainable school advisory. So I think lent a little to the confusion of what exactly they're there to hopefully accomplish. Also, I agree with the presentation on the facilities. It's a lot. We have a lot of campuses, so I understand that has to be done quickly. There maybe is some board meetings where I know we've sat through a few presentations. Maybe we can find those stamped YouTube times and just kind of send those to the committee to say, hey, take a look at this, so that we're not taking up, the precious time that you have where they're all together. We can show them, because we've seen a lot of these presentations. So if we can capture those out of some of our board meetings, then that's a way for them to do it on their own time as their homework. And it's a very difficult job. And I'm thankful for all of these volunteers who've stepped up to undergo this huge job. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your input. We discussed that in the first committee about we even signed an agreement about closing schools, but I'm sure we did not do a good job because there's still questions. So it's on us. We will have to be very, very clear. So I think one member kind of discussed we are about this. We talked about it in the last meeting, but so that's what I did not feel like I need to pound it again. But we're working. We are also learning, So thank you for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I agree with my fellow trustees. When Castillo, have you taught in a classroom before?
No, I'm not a teacher.
Okay.
My kids teach me. So.
Yeah, you're cutting into my time, sir. All right. I think you should lean on other folks, because when you're trying to present information to somebody, especially that dense, you're not going to do that in 5 or 10 minutes. It's going to be incredibly impossible. So I recommend that before you're going to go into something so data-driven, send them the information beforehand. That way they could review it and come with questions, opposed to trying to cram it in at once. That way they could retain that information and come with questions. Also, I do want to note that there was confusion. That people did not know what this group was doing. And I have an email that the superintendent sent to somebody, and I think I know where that confusion comes from, because it states we are not making any decisions regarding schools, closing schools. I am not sure where these rumors are stemming from, but they are rumors. We are forming a committee that will examine the health of the district. So when we're not clear on messaging, when we're saying that this is one thing, but it's actually functioning as another, that adds to the distrust. All right. I don't need you to clarify. This is my time. Thank you. And so also, I just do want to ensure that questions are being answered by these people. I've watched both meetings so far in real time, and I noticed that when you guys were going over the amount of students, like let's say that could be attending MSD, but are going to all these other schools, was that complete and accurate data in your view?
that portion, and it was what we have in our system. Those things.
But was it complete and accurate? That's the question.
It was accurate. It's that data that we have from our student information system and the department who managed that.
Okay, because questions came up that it wasn't accurate data, that it was missing information, right? And the group was so knowledgeable that they called you guys out on that.
Mhm.
So moving forward, I want to make sure that one, that you're being, that you're holding up any requests that are coming in, because these people are making an important decision about our school district and what school closures are going to happen. And they need to be equipped with all information, not information that you think is going to play into what the superintendent wants. I want to know what the community wants. Okay, so be sure to answer the questions. And I'm glad that those people stood up and asked those questions, like our future trustee Mads, who is there asking really good questions. Paul DeWorkin, Joanne, I'm glad Ashley and Brandon are there because we do not want the sustainable budget
That's your
committee.
The data was
Oh.
there we posted by Monday, so it's, and most of it was by Sunday. We were working then, so the data was there in our web page for them to review. We send an email, the information is, the data is there, but we will continue working on that. Great points, and we are learning and managing the group, and yeah, if somebody else can teach me how to present it better, I'm willing to listen and to do that.
And you're dealing with adults, not kids. Remember that in
That's
that
your
group.
time. That's your time.
So I'm gonna-
Trustee Superintendent Contreras would like
Point of
to.
order. Comment part of the agenda.
I'd get to
And
talk when
then,
I'd like to speak.
and then Trustee Dodge will be up.
So
please
I'm
clarify.
clarifying that the quote you read from me, I'm
Yeah, I'll
very
post it up that way
familiar
everybody
with.
could see your signature on it.
That was written regarding Valencia, because the Valencia parents were concerned that a decision had been made to close Valencia specifically.
That's inaccurate.
And my note is on.
That's inaccurate.
No,
Okay,
it's not.
That's inaccurate.
This isn't making
Trying
progress.
to mischaracterize my statements.
You're gonna say myth-truths, maybe you shouldn't speak at all.
If
I
you're
would
gonna,
say the same of you,
Trustee Medina, you do not have the floor.
maybe you should.
Floor.
Neither do you.
Did you have something did you say what you wanted to say? Okay, okay.
I'll put another point of order.
You're up next, Trustee Dodge Jr.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo, for your report. Is it possible to go back to slide talking about inter-district transfers?
Point of order is.
Well,
No.
if, I'll talk right now. What I
No, you're
was
just-
sharing with Trustee Turley is that I don't appreciate you trying to characterize me as a liar. That is what I told her. No, I am not.
Hey, Contreras, look at me. You lied.
It's currently Trustee Dodge Jr.'s time.
Point of order, Trustee Turley, once again, we are berating our staff.
It's
We are
Trustee,
berating our employee.
it's Trustee Dodge
Abuse.
Jr.'s time.
Misty.
It is Trustee Dodge Jr.'s time. You're taking time away from a trustee's 3 minutes.
So people can know not to vote for you, right? You know that, right? And you keep falling right into that trap, Misty.
Trustee Medina, you do not have the floor. It is Trustee Dodge Jr.'s time to
It sucks
speak.
when people disrupt you when you're trying to talk, right? Think about that.
It's Trustee Dodge Jr.'s time.
Okay. I heard some concerns about parents, wanting to send their kids to Watsonville High, from Notre Dame, St. Francis. But for some reason, I've heard that their transfers have been blocked, going to Watsonville High and being diverted to other schools. Is that true?
That is above my expertise. I don't review
It's
that
just
department.
something that I'm hearing in my area.
Peggy will go.
That's
I-
very,
Trustee Dodge, I can get back to you on that, but that's
Yeah.
off the topic of this.
Okay.
No, see, look at what she. This information.
I think
Can
that's a
you
very,
answer the question, please?
You do not have the floor. Trustee Dodge Jr., I think that's a very interesting question. I personally would also like to dig into it further, and let's do that at a future time.
Because, there, I remember probably like a couple of months ago, I ran into a friend. She was with 15 other prospective students from Notre Dame who want to go to Watsonville High School. And some of the parents were getting messages saying they can't go to Watsonville High School, it's full. And so I kind of thought that was an issue because we're trying to get students into our schools. And so
Yeah, that is an issue. I'd like you and I offline to work with the superintendent and see if we can figure out what's happening with
I think that should be public for the community. I know you don't like transparency. But think about it.
Okay, are there any other trustees who haven't spoken yet who have something to say on this item? Okay. Thank you very much. I do appreciate hearing what the committee's doing and appreciate the great work and the difficult work that we've asked them to do. Next up, 10.4, Board Listening Session, Implementation Timeline, Next Steps to Establish Goals and Guardrails. On April 22nd, the board met to continue our work with goals and guardrails. We made great progress, and I'm proud of the team for the many hours spent listening and the focused and collaborative work of formulating the draft goals. Next step, Superintendent Dr. Contreras will come back to us possibly at the May 20th meeting with the 4 goals that we came up with, more fleshed out with annual targets and ways of measuring to make sure that we're making success in those items. Some of our training that we've tried some things and they haven't worked and we haven't been consistent. One of the things we haven't been consistent with is one of the things that they recommended was that we consider not having resolutions. It's, as I've heard Trustee Dodge Jr. say, resolutions are important to this community, but we haven't been very consistent in the way we've handled them. Are we going to put them all on consent and then somebody can pull? Are we going to put them on regular agenda or not? I'd like to get some consensus on that, and do we feel like we should agendize having the conversation about how we're going to process those? Yeah, okay.
That will have to go on a separate agenda item,
Okay,
like a board agenda development item.
right. Okay, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
One of the other things is the timing and posting of agendas and materials. We tried posting 2 weeks prior for 3 different meetings and found some difficulties with that. My hope is once we get our goals and guardrails together and we're all moving in the same direction and we are working towards efficiency, that will be in our future. At our next meeting, we are due to have a self-evaluation, and one of the items that we should have for that meeting is the expenses that the board creates. So what does it cost to have a board? Based on things we ask, attorneys that we have come to our meetings and things of that nature. We really all and each ought to look at that and recognize what that dollar amount is. That's all I have to say on the presentation of that. Are there any speaker cards on this item?
Yes, we have 2, Chris Webb and Ashley Yarrow.
I want to commend the people who were there for a productive meeting, I thought, at least for on the 22nd. A couple goals that my personal goals, but I think they would be good for the district. Go through each year, 0 suicides. Another one, never does a student in any of our school feel the need to leave school for the restroom. Never does a classroom teacher need to leave their classroom because the heat is oppressive in there. Also on that note, I just can't help but notice on the consent agenda, Item 1118 about HVAC for Aptos Junior. I remember in that meeting on 422, right? Dr. Navarro, I remember you mentioning like, oh, Aptos more cool. So it's just interesting to me that like this region that's like you mentioned one spot, it was at Aptos High, but this is at Aptos Junior. There you seem to be getting AC on the way. This kind of fits like a negative pattern of what people perceive. Right, about like who gets things and whatnot, which people were serving. So, I mean, and I look at like 1110, I'm like, how come Watsonville High is not, why is that not a priority? And then also I would say Pajaro Middle, because I did visit there for my work and I know that they don't have AC. Also, I just want to make sure like as a value thing, and just as a matter of fact, and like we actually, PVUSD is not a business. It is a public agency. And like the problem is if you start running it like a business, you're going to wind up stealing from kids basically, because that's the way I'm going to look at it. You start cutting resources. I know that they were there. I know they were serving the students. So you start cutting it, it feels like a theft to me. Also, it's just a matter of like integrity and doing our best. We should keep health classes. Like that shouldn't be just dumped into PE. And that'd be like a weird way to boost enrollment, which I'm
Thank you.
against.
Thank you. That's the only card? Except Ashley, and Ashley's not here. Okay. Any board members have comments on this one? Trustee Medina.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all are working on this, but I'm going to make this absolutely clear. When we get new board members elected, we are going to change these. We're going to change our superintendent. We're going to change our cabinet, and we're going to make sure that these are truly abided by people who are elected, not appointed to these positions. So you can't even follow your own rules. Greg told you about Robert's rules. You can't even follow them. You don't even know how to approve a suspension. You don't know how to take a motion. You don't know how to make clarification. So what makes you even qualified to think that you could make these board goals and anything for this district where you can't even follow your own rules? And you can't even show that you care for brown kids because of the inequities that Chris just pointed out right now. Do you care, Trustee Charlie? That's what I'm asking, because it doesn't feel like you do. And Dr. Contreras, I want to say this to you directly. Resign. Resign from this district so we could get somebody in here. Thank you.
Any others? Jessica? No? Okay. Navarro?
So first of all, I just wanted to thank Olivia, Carol, Joy, and I know, Jessica, that you had a work obligation that night, but I know that we have been doing the work with the effective school boards the whole time, and I invite our other trustees to participate in it. If this is really the goal of the board to be student-centered, these are the issues that we are dealing with to help our students to make sure that we're going in the right direction. We've spent a considerable amount of time out in the community trying to figure out what the goals, what the values of our community are. And what we heard was really clear. They care about academics, they care about safety, they care about mental health, they care about school facilities, they care about, making sure that their kids are prepared to go out there in the real world. And so, we came up with some really good draft goals. Chris was there with us and nodding along, and it was really nice to see your participation and to, feel like we actually really are going in the right direction. And so I look forward to trying to get all of my board members to participate in this process because, that's what we're here for. We're here to make sure that our kids are successful, that our kids are learning, that our kids are safe, that our teachers, are supported, but also that they're supporting our students. And so I would encourage, my trustees that, Trustee Medina, you haven't been to a single one of these. And it would be really
Why
nice.
would I want to work for you when you're constantly contradicting me? It doesn't feel good, right? So you're going to let her speak over me, right?
You don't have the floor. You don't have the floor.
Anyhow, one person on the board of 7 people can get nothing done. So until
Yeah, we can. We organize against you to get people elected.
Trustee Medina, you do not have the floor.
Hear me out, Carol. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
You do not have the floor.
What are you going to do about
Currently, it's Trustee Navarro's time. Please, please continue.
I'm going to wait until he's done.
Go ahead.
Okay. So once again, the reason that all of us should be on this board is to focus on our students and our student outcomes and our student, what they can do when they get out of school, that we've prepared them for the future. It is, this is not a place to push our agenda. This is not a place for our social issues. This is not.
Trustee Medina, this is not a back and forth conversation. It's currently Trustee Navarro's turn.
Are you done?
I am done. Can you be done now? Thank you.
Are you going to continue to interrupt me, or are you done?
Please,
I will
please
let you
continue.
finish.
Please continue.
Okay.
Please continue.
Point of order. How about I do one right now too, so you can stop talking?
Go ahead.
We're not interrupting. It's currently Dr. Navarro, Trustee Navarro's turn. Please continue.
The doctor who violates HIPAA. Let's do it.
Are you done yet?
Girl, keep talking.
I'm just wondering if you're going to keep spitting out stuff. Are you done?
No, I'm just getting this on camera so people can see the kind of candidate you are. So keep on responding to me.
Trustee Medina?
Carol, not even thinking about you, bro.
I know, and that's fine. I still love you.
No, I don't
But
love you.
I know, and that's all right.
Love you.
And that's all right.
That word love, because that actually is a connection that we don't have. All right? You're a liar. You are two-faced.
It's currently Trustee Navarro's turn to speak.
Why do I get interrupted then and not her?
I stopped her as well, but now it's her turn.
What do you have against brown people speaking and asking questions that you have to say?
Trustee Medina, it's currently Trustee Navarro's turn.
If he wants to continue to spin out, he can go ahead.
Y'all want to go home, don't you?
So anyhow, once again, the purpose of us being on this board is to focus on students, not ourselves, students. What they can do, preparing them for the future, making sure anyway, back to what I was saying. Our families want our students to be able to read, to be able to do math at grade level, to have critical thinking skills, media literacy, and to be prepared for their futures, for college. We want all of our students to be A through G ready. If they decide not to go to college, great. But we want them to have that option and not feel that that's not open to them.
You didn't give me my full 3 minutes.
Are you done?
Let's show the hypocrisy, President Carol Turner.
Are you done yet?
You're done. The 3 minutes is up.
She didn't get her full 3 minutes.
Did I get my full 3 minutes?
Yes, you
I
did.
did. After you were disrupting me and not following your own rules.
Please let me know when you're done.
I'm waiting for you.
Are you done?
I'm waiting for you.
Anyhow, the 6 of us will work together to make sure that we focus on our students going forward. I look forward to our further work together, the 6 of us. Okay.
That's
I'll stop.
unacceptable. We're trying to finish a board meeting. We have agenda items we need to deal with.
You know what's unacceptable? Telling our teachers to wait 5 minutes. Going on a recess. That's unacceptable, Trustee Charlie.
You do not have the floor. It is not your turn to speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. May I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a first and a second.
We have comments.
Oh,
Sorry.
thank you so much. Please call.
Thank you for pointing out my struggle that you're causing, so.
What? Like my
I have
ADHD that
Jen
you can't even
Salinas
consider,
Holtz,
Trustee
Chris
Flores? How about
Webb.
that?
Need to take a 5-minute break.
I don't have my medication, y'all, so I'm gonna head out. I cannot deal with this. I'm being triggered, and these people are wild. So I'm gonna excuse myself from this meeting because I can't deal with this.
All right, we are back in session and we're back to item 11, consent agenda. Would anyone like to make, oh, we have cards. Okay.
I have Julian Bellin, Joan Ling Zwizzler, Chris Webb, and Jen Salinas Holtz.
As a matter of fiscal responsibility, thank you, Kit. I would caution, I'm nervous about 11.9. General fund spending right now, think we should put it on hold. We got layoffs, we got like we're at impasse. Like I think we should maybe hold off on that. And actually, I'm for the general idea and objectives. And actually thinking of the other presentation Ms. Peggy Pugh had, I actually feel like your Renaissance teachers, the people of model continuation Renaissance, could probably, you should probably just have a special board meeting where we look at model continuation Renaissance, because find that to be, especially on like tier 1 supports, I feel like that is, I go around to different schools now as a union grievance officer. And so a lot of times, sometimes I'm dealing with people who are in discipline situations, and I'm like, man, your school needs more support for you. And that was a program that worked well. Now, look, I'm hearing that we're losing alt ed students. So I really feel like we ought to do like a study session on that. And then the other one that I wanted to touch on was 11-12. And this also reminds me of Renaissance, because I'm thinking about the academic advisor role and then what's happening with our academic counselors. And this one feels a little bit like supplanting. This one feels like we're going to end our normal work with counselors, and we're going to kind of outsource it. So I don't really like that. Also, I just want to say I have been part of Christy McLean's equity committee, but I missed the last meeting because I'm doing work to rule. So but I still have the utmost support for our LGBT students and staff, and I'm for 11-14. But I won't be at the whatever committees we have while we're still in this weird situation.
Thank you.
Joan Link Swizzler from PV Elevate. I just wanted to ask you to please vote yes on 11-16. It's been a really rough year for PV Elevate. And the curriculum that we currently have, it costs me personally about 10 extra hours in clicking. I joke about death by 10,000 clicks, because the system in which the curriculum is delivered was not designed for that curriculum. And this is a problem that was known before, and somehow it was approved for use this year. And so Bright Thinker, my elementary parents were very upset to find out that we had no options other than just online curriculum, because they were told differently earlier in the year, or last year when it was PCCS. And Bright Thinker does have the paper version. All of my parents want that. They do not want their kids online so much. And for first grade, second grade, it's really, really hard. They're doing very well because the parents are very dedicated, but the parents want this, the teachers want this. We've been looking at it all year, and I think that this would really be a great step forward for PV Elevate. Thank you.
Those are the only cards? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent? I know, just to,
Can I just make one quick comment?
okay.
I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Wiggler, or thank you for saying that, because one of the things that I feel very passionately about is I don't think we should have our elementary kids on computers at all. So I just wanted to say that real quick. Thank you.
Okay, somebody make a motion.
I make a motion.
Second.
And a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, that looks like 5 in favor and 2 absent. All right. Wow. I think that takes us to, we don't have another closed session that we have to get back into. Upcoming meetings, our next meeting is May 20th, and that'll be here, right? So we're back here in City Chambers? No. Oh, we're at the district office?
I don't believe the chambers is available.
Okay. It'll be posted. We think it's probably district office. And with that, I adjourn this meeting at 11:05. All right. Thank you all for sticking around this long. Okay, if you're actually going to do that.
I know you are.